Just like to introduce our keynote speaker. He doesn't really need any introduction. Donald McAnallen is the leading GAA historian of our times. He is from the English GAA Club in Tyrone. He's recently made a comeback. I think he was looking to get on the Tyrone Masters team, but he's the author of 3 major publications on the history of sport in Ireland. 2009 he published a highly comprehensive work on the history of GAA in Ulster and other parts of the country, with David Haston and Roddy Higgerty. He followed that up in 2011 with the Cups That Cheered, which was a study of the competitive Gaelic games within Irish colleges and universities. And in 2017 he published his latest work on his brother, the late great Cormac McAnallen, his book The Pursuit of Perfection, one of the best sporting biographies published probably in recent times. And Donald has also had numerous publications in academic history journals such as Irish Historical Studies, Irish Economic and Social History, Sport and Society. He graduated with his PhD from the National University of Ireland, Galway in 2011, I think. And so, nothing else for me to say really, just to welcome Donald. And I know he's heavily in demand on the speaker circuit, so I'm very grateful to Donald for agreeing to come here this morning. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Conor. So I've come up here armed with wads of paper. These are basically some of the many things I've taken here in research over 20 years. I think I was probably one of the first people to start really seriously researching sport in PRONI 20 years ago. It was sort of inspired by the work, sort of that first wave of academic sports history coming from Mike Cronin and Neil Garnham. So that I first started out in late '99 in Old Balmoral Avenue, and very quaint place to research, very nice place, but far harder to locate things back then. And I found when I went back to revisit this and didn't have the amount of time that I would like to, that I had so much research I couldn't possibly, I'd bitten off more than I could chew with this title, because I had too much research gathered on it and I hadn't revisited it in so long. But I'm going to focus primarily on, I've said partition, sport and education in Ireland, but I will focus, because we're in Belfast, mainly in the Northern Irish aspect. I'm also conscious that some people may be speaking on certain aspects of education, school education and so on, so I'll try to avoid overlap where possible, although I don't know what's coming. So, where to start? I suppose when we talk about sport and education, I suppose we talk about the whole physical education to a large extent, but this is not exclusively about education institutions. But I suppose this was an interesting one to start with. This was from 1902. I don't know what the black and white budget is, but it's in terms of publication, but open air physical drill for Irish children in 1902, because physical drill obviously was sort of the first sort of conception of physical education. So when the caption here says that when this was recently introduced into the Irish schools, the parents at first objected, saying that it was merely a ruse on the part of the English to train the children to become soldiers. And I suppose there, in that very caption, one sentence, you have that sort of extra complexity of sport and education in Ireland. That it was always infused with this sort of there were always going to be political overtones in the introduction of different methods of physical drill training, etc. And of course, then with the sequence of political events that followed, that proved very much to be the case. I'm not. I would advise you, if you want to get a good synopsis of the physical education in the schools and so on, I think that Conor Curran's own talk here, which is on YouTube from March of this year, is a very good synopsis of that. So I'm not going to recount all of that, the whole process of the origin of the physical drill and then moving on to physical training and physical education. I'm going to sort of start with the scene in the 1920s, and I'm going to outline mainly the governmental attitudes to sport, sort of that as a sort of the context, and where education fits in all of that. and why indeed it was that education got to be the home of sport somewhat by default. So there's a photograph of the early Northern Ireland government. So you have James Craig there in the middle, and you have Richard Dawson Bates on the right hand side, and you have you have Hugh Pollock, the Minister, Bates the Minister of Finance, Hugh Pollock the Minister, Bates the Minister of Home Affairs, Pollock the Minister of Finance. So you know, whenever the Parliament opened in May 1921, and you know, it was a Parliament that had a very uncertain future, because the Boundary Commission was established and it was going to review the viability of the border in Ireland, which now almost reached its century. But you know, it was born into a very unstable situation, and you know, some people, there's one of the books about the opening period is actually called "A State Under Siege," by Brian Follis, and so it was very much security conscious from the start, that its very existence was under threat. So sport, you might think, was the last thing on its mind. Well, not necessarily so, but I suppose these were people largely from the government was composed largely, as governments tended to be back then, from the upper reaches of society, and they very much would have followed the line in London as to, or you know, insofar as there was a line. Well, there wasn't really an official line. There was sort of an unwritten constitution on what government statutory attitude should be to sport. So what that attitude was sort of one that state shouldn't intervene. State should, you know, that sport was not a suitable sphere for state activity. You know, that it was the sort of the Victorian ideology of amateurism, that you know, that the social benefits of sport were of course recognised by people at the highest levels of government, but they reckoned that to promote it actively would be an intrusion into the province of private clubs, and they sort of had a laissez-faire approach to the sport, except where they had to intervene. Maybe, for example, in where reckless behaviour and so on at association football matches, as they saw it. But so this same sort of perspective was shared by this government. But Dawson Bates, in particular, the Minister of Home Affairs on the left, he actually sort of articulated a lot of the outlook on sport. He said that himself, on an occasion in 1933, I think he was being asked in Stormont Parliament, or he was being asked about whether there should be a Ministry of Sport, and his answer was that any state interference would be detrimental to the best interests of sport in Ulster. That it should be left to voluntary bodies through which sport had flourished in the region. So that's pretty much what the attitude was in London. Of course, that depends what your sports were, and if your sports were well financed and had good facilities, that's how you would see it, but not all sports were in that position. And the other members of the cabinet were pretty much happy to follow along with that. It wasn't the government that had a lot of money at hand, but even the Minister of Finance, Hugh Pollock, was quite opposed to expenditure in social services as far as possible. Some of the other issues that came up with regard to government attitude to sport, I'll tell you what, I'll move on. You would think maybe some people today might think, if you were asked if insofar as this fledgling Northern Ireland government had a preferred sport, I guess a lot of you might think rugby, football. No, it wasn't anything like that. It was there's Dawson Bates in his finery. It was road races. So one of the first acts of legislation that was introduced by the new government in 1922 was the Motor Vehicle Road Races Act, and there were several reasons for this. Now, who was behind this? Well, there were a number of people. One of the most prominent lobbyists for road racing was Harry Ferguson, of the famous vehicle manufacturer and so on, Massey Ferguson, etc. And that's him on the right, I think. at the presentation at the Ulster Grand Prix here in 1936 to the winner. And you had Thomas Moles, who was he was one of the officials of the Ulster Motorcycle Club as well, but he was also the Speaker of Belfast Parliament and an MP at Westminster and the editor of the Belfast Telegraph and many other hats. And they were lobbying very strongly for the motor racing from the start. And there were three reasons for this, to bring about the official closure of Northern Ireland roads. Now this was allowed in the south, but in Great Britain you couldn't close roads for races like that. So the reasons were to attract car manufacturers to set up business in Northern Ireland, to advertise the road building of Northern Ireland, which at that stage was superior to the Free State, and to attract tourists from Great Britain, and in so doing reinforce bring about the financial benefits and reinforce the closeness of the Union. To quote James Craig, the Prime Minister there, who's presenting that, read this: "What we want in Ulster is a great motor manufactory." So this was very much to enhance Northern Ireland's sort of industrial and entrepreneurial self-image, which was sort of taking a hit. Sort of echoes today with different closures, because the old staple industries of shipbuilding and linen and rope works, they were sort of having dipped, and so this was one of the ways ahead now. So then you had the Ulster Grand Prix started very quickly after that in 1922. So for motorbikes, and then in 1920 had the Ulster Tourist Trophy for motor cars. I think that's in Newton Arts. So these were both annual events, and even the very title of it shows you the thinking. There's, the financial element to it. So these went on for a few years with great fanfare, etc. But by the mid-1930s, some of the enthusiasm at governmental level had gone. Not least because 6 people were killed at the Tourist Trophy in 1936, but also because the promise of bringing in great revenue and visitor numbers from this hadn't quite worked out. But also there was a legal case faced after an accident, and that really put things up the left, I suppose. But so now, in contrast to all this, the government, well, I suppose a couple of things I'd say about the government as well in general. Is that they were asked, Tommy Hendry, so I've talked about this being from the Upper Reaches Society, but there were occasionally questions from like a Labour MP, the few that there were, about sport. So one of them, for example, Tommy Henderson from the Unionist MP for Shankill in West Belfast, asked the question in 1933 whether Northern Ireland should have an Ulster Athletic Stadium. He blamed Northern Ireland's backward position in sport on the government for foisting the responsibility on private people, and he called on the government to build this stadium in Belfast to offset the deficit. But it was ignored for reasons sort of which I've explained already. Another interesting criticism of the government at that time came from a nationalist senator, one of the few nationalist senators, John McHugh. It was actually in the course of legislation to restrict hare coursing, and McHugh asked why the bill had not targeted blood sports as well, such as stag hunting as well as hare coursing. He said, which stag hunting being practiced more by the aristocratic classes. So McHugh alleged that the poor people have no right to have any sport in Northern Ireland. Nobody except the honorary and gallant colonel is entitled to have any sport. So there was this feeling that even in the way they approached even matters such as that, that they were bringing their own preferences into it, a similar approach was also at play whenever it came to the governmental attitude to Sunday games. There were different attempts to look at legislation to ban outdoor games on Sundays, primarily Gaelic games. In 1938 there was draft legislation, and it's in here. You can read it in the files here. Which Dawson Bates, as Minister of Home Affairs, still 17 years later, had been overseeing. But he was a big fan of golf and he liked to play it on Sundays, so he couldn't find legislation which would allow that while banning everything else. So road bowling, by contrast, which was sort of had become like an indigenous Irish sport in certain parts, had been played a lot in Belfast in the 19th centuries and Lisburn and so on, but was really only in Armagh and parts of Tyrone. But by contrast with closing the roads for motor racing, if you played road bowls on the road, you were on Sunday, you were likely to get prosecuted partly because of the danger of the traffic, but also because there was a bit of gambling going on as well, and that made it all more thrilling for the participants. So here's an example of somebody going to the paddock sessions for that. Now, found this one fascinating, just to sort of round up on the governmental attitude to sport. This was in 1925 or thereabouts. So it wasn't Rory McIlroy or Graham McDowell or Darren Clark were the first golfers to be appropriated for Northern Ireland tourism. Funnily enough, it was a lady golfer of this idealised character from 1925. So, Ulster for your holidays. Note the choice of Ulster, not Northern Ireland. Still didn't know what to call itself a lot of time. This was from the Ulster Tourist Development Association. And up at the top, you have fishing, golfing, boating, bathing, yachting, and tennis. And this lady golfer reminds me of what do you call her from the Great Gatsby? Is it Jordan? From her surname, sort of that generation. But her sort of just curves lovely around Ulster, so you miss out certain counties that don't belong around Ireland, and you just happen to have those that we have and that we hold. It's you know, who would have thought that the first sort of sport-related, really strongly sport-related, not just a ship in the sea or something. The first strongly sport-themed piece of promotional material would be a lady sports person, a lady golfer. So there you are. I don't know how many of them there were at that stage, but there you are. That's what they chose. Again, it was for tourism purposes. Now, with Free State, of course, at the same time, was also using sport for development of statehood, and this was something that had been in the off for some time, and that finally came to play in 1924 with the TALTEANN Games. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with the TALTEANN Games, this is based on some Irish mythology relating to the Enoch Talton, supposed to have been this ancient sort of athletic festival, so this had been planned by sort of Irish nationalists for some time before the independence was granted of the Free State in 1922, so this was a sort of a pan-Celtic Olympiad held in 1924 at the Croke Park, which obviously the headquarters of the GA since a decade earlier, but they had received some funding from the state, from the new state, to help to redevelop the ground. And so they had all sorts of sports which were seen to be Irish, but also some that weren't definitely Irish, including swimming and then things like chess and poetry. And so you had Johnny Weissmuller on his way back from the Paris Olympics taking part in the Talton Games as well, despite the lack of obvious Irish blood. So what I'm saying is, the statehood going on. Sport was being used to sort of develop statehood, to advertise to the outside world the presence of these new states in two very different ways. Craig and the Northern Ireland government were invited, but he wasn't able to attend on that occasion. Now, when it comes down to education itself in Northern Ireland, the people in charge of education, I suppose, probably more than anything, and more than any of the others, could be said to have been somewhat unrepresentative of sort of wider society. The first two were, the first one on the left, Charles Vane Tempest Stewart, the 7th Marquess of Londonderry, Leader of the Senate and Minister of Education 1921 to 25. He's best known, I suppose, in terms of his role as education for his Education Act of 1923, which sought to secularise schooling in Northern Ireland, and he's regarded as being one of the least sort of political members of that cabinet. He left in 1929, and he actually became a cabinet member in London. And on the right you have James Caulfield, the 8th Viscount Charlemont, he lived in Newcastle, County Down, but he was the Minister of Education from 1926 to 1937. Now, if I can find where I put it, and I'll come back to it later. I'll actually have here. When he was being written to by, I suppose it sort of is consistent maybe with what I said about Bates and his attitude to sport. So, for example, when the Central Council of the GA wrote to the governments, the Ministries of Education North and South in 1928, and whereas the Free State Minister J.M. O'Sullivan said that he would be glad to meet a GA deputation, the Lord Charlemont's private secretary replied curtly that this subject was receiving his attention. And then another letter from Croke Park got the response that the Minister, quote, is already fully alive to the necessity of the provision of playing fields for all schools in Northern Ireland and has this question constantly in view. he accordingly considers that it is hardly necessary to trouble your association in sending a deputation to interview him on the subject. Interestingly, on another occasion, whenever there was one of the things, the constant sort of issues with regard to education, and it still crops up, is the separate teacher training, Catholic and the state system. And interwoven with that, Charlemagne himself made a comment whenever, in the 1930s, whenever Catholic representatives were demanding separate training provision for Catholic male teaching candidates in the Regency, there was no. They had to go to Strawberry Hill, London, to become Catholic teachers, and there were only like 12 King scholarships per year. And you could have, there were female Catholic teachers teaching St Mary's, Belfast, but otherwise they would have to go to Stranraer, which is the state, obviously the state college. So, so whenever he was being lobbied in this, Charlemagne made the comment that he wrote that Catholic clerics insisted not only on having a separate hostel for Catholic students with their own clergy attached, but they must have playing fields, in italics, of their own as well. Yeah, so that was that's that. Now, partition obviously divides the country in many respects, physically and much attached from that, but it also has a significant effect on sports in the education sphere. It obviously affects, when you see the FAI branching off from the FAI, and partition occurring in some sports, but not all, of course. So you've got that in terms of the governing bodies, but it also has a direct and indirect effect on sports as well at schools level. I suppose, as a general observation, it reinforces, or it fastens, it reinforces the choice of sports that schools make, because whenever you've got those two states going their separate ways with their separate ideologies or separate beliefs on these matters, then they follow. So, for example, this is particularly the case with Catholic schools. They have to choose, like, do the Catholic schools are they going to follow the southern sort of line, which are promoting Gaelic games and Irish language, and to a large extent, not most but not all, of course. And that hadn't been very much the case before 1920. Very few schools in what became the Free State had actually been promoting Gaelic games, as you'll see in a moment. And north of the border, obviously, the control schools, the Protestant schools de facto, they adhered to the sports that they had played before. But the Catholic schools, the Catholic colleges, which had largely played association football up to then it sort of, if they really wanted to maintain their Irish identity, they sort of were more pressurised now in the context of partition to keep in step with what was going on south of the border. It made a more binary choice to a large extent. And I'm not forgetting the girls too. Those two are both Armagh. That's Armagh Royal School cricket team, 1930s, and the girls' high school in Armagh as well, hockey. Obviously, both those sports would have been stronger north of the border in the schools than south of the border, but they were still played by some Catholic schools south as well as Protestant schools south. But this is what I'm getting at here. In sort of this is actually before partition. This is from a school sort of log book that was kept by pupils year on year from 1904 to 1919. So every year they were recording the association football results of their friendly games with from St Patrick's College Armagh and St Macartn's College Monaghan, both Catholic seminaries. So they talk about in spring 1917 how towards the end of the year, influenced by the Irish spirit of the age, we abandoned soccer, which seemed to savour of Anglicisation, and we started to play Gaelic. As it was from a national point of view, we played with heart and hand. That's a reference back to the 1790, with heart and hand, a reference back to the 1798 insurrection. So Monaghan and all the other Irish seminaries, etc., remain. Something all under the association regime. We wish the grand old seminary every success at the good old Irish game of our forefathers, the end of soccer in capital letters. So this is after the 1916 Rising. So my point is here, it's not partition yet, but this is the way things are going, particularly in Catholic schools. And so you see then after 1920, after that you see, for example, here St Malachy's College, Belfast, which had never really played Gaelic games before in North Belfast, had been playing association football on and off since the early 1880s. But here in 1922, you have them playing Gaelic football pretty certain. Now, this is in the context not only of partition but sectarian conflict in Belfast, which I think that sectarian conflict in a lot of mixed areas sort of led to some Catholics maybe forming or moving towards Gaelic games to an extent. Not all cases, of course, but some cases you find that. I think that's one of those cases because this was right next to a lot of the sectarian conflict that was taking place. And there in the middle you have Bishop Joseph McCrory, later Cardinal McCrory, and he was the first Northern Catholic bishop to actually attach himself to Gaelic games. Previous to that, they kept their distance because of associations with violence off the field, on the field and off. So this is 1922, and quickly the following year you find Queen's University have the first Gaelic football team as well, and there's the rules actually as they're setting them up. But this is 1923, so although they've been talking about McCrory Cup for 6 years, it was only actually set up in 1923, and it talks about the different rules. So no smoking to be allowed in the premises of the college, etc. Quite low scoring games, but you've only got three seminaries north of the border actually playing this. None playing hurling whatsoever. So up to that point, association football had been more prevalent in the Catholic schools. As I say, but there's a very strong thrust in this. Whereas in rugby and other sports, on a provincial, the main thing was to win the provincial trophy. There were of course later competitions at the national level, but it was the Ulster title was the main thing. But there was a big thrust on coming in the 1920s, coming from Dublin and to make an Ulster College's Gaelic games seem part of an All Ireland. And it's interesting that Dr. Eamon O'Sullivan, who writes this letter to the Ulster Colleges Council in 1927, saying that only Ulster now remains to be organised. I dare say your committee will form the nucleus of the Ulster Council, as there are scarcely any colleges playing Gaelic games in the north. Quite a frank admission, which changed very quickly. So there was a very big drive on after partition to make sure that the Ulster Catholic colleges joined up with them. It wasn't this, and that took place largely by the 1930s. The Catholic convents didn't fall in line with this so much or so quickly. I think there's practical reasons for that. There were fewer teaching staff, fewer nuns and teaching staff at the convents who were able to teach PE, PT, and apart from those who disapproved of it. But you actually find that hockey remains the preferred outdoor sport in many Catholic convents until several decades later, more so than in the men's games. Never really got into that in great detail, but I think there's also probably an element to do with camogie being perceived to be more violent, this being camogie here, perceived to be slightly more violent than hockey, wilder swings and so on. What I'm saying is the Catholic convents didn't tend to buy into the whole sort of Gaelic games, Irish Ireland, to the same extent in all cases. Some of them did, but not to the same extent. And there's the Queen's 1923. They weren't actually allowed to affiliate the Students' Representative Council of Queen's University in 1923 because they played on Sundays. And whenever in 1932 they actually made the first, they didn't play for many years, but then in 1932 they came back, and there was a question raised about them being disciplined by the University Senate for playing on Sundays, but wiser counsel prevailed that they weren't going to be disciplined or suspended for that. But it just shows that some of the other issues that were coming into it. This is something that happened, I suppose, is significant of what was going on south of the border, in that Trinity College, which had always been seen as a bastion of Protestantism and Unionism, and now found itself on the wrong side of the border. It now found itself pressurised to fall in line with the Irish Ireland scene, with Gaelic games, etc. Of course, people talk about Edward Carson having been a hurler. That's a good question for another day, or for later if you wish. But this is actually a cartoon from 1922, I think it is, and this is based, 21 or 22, this is because Trinity College hadn't been taking part in hurling at all. It had been well known for its participation in many other sports. One of the main sporting centres on this island, and responsible for the propagation of several in the 19th century, and many of its graduates as well. But it had been not been associated with hurling, if you set aside the Edward Carson Hurley game. So what happened there in 1921-22 was that Choppy Dollett, members of the new Parliament in Dublin, they were actually making a case that the grant to Trinity College should be withheld if they did not adopt Irish games as well as promote the Irish language and so on. One of the people making this case very strongly happened to be the president of the GA, Dan McCarthy, who was a TD, a member of the Parliament at that time. And you can see from this is from the Leader newspaper. So the Trinity College students are depicted as being quite weedy, and you get the two boys from the two wee boys looking through the gates, sort of being cut out from all of this, and the Trinity's being such privileged quarters. So almost these students at Trinity, they're sort of almost like alien to the population around them, is the way they're presented. So Trinity did actually take up hurling for a while then, and then it fell away. But I came back again in the 1930s. But my point is that these were the pressures that were now coming to play at higher education in the south, and indeed that was followed also in the late 1920s when county councils, including Galway, Mayo and Wexford, started to make a stipulation of scholarships that they could only be given to schools where Gaelic games were being practiced. Now that didn't last very long, there was a bit of a backlash to that, but it was indicative of what was going on at that time. Intervarsity sports to a large extent were immune from a lot of this. This is from 1924 intervarsity athletics tournament. I suppose because they had to be, because there were so few universities, there was so little intervarsity competition. To a large extent, it kept away from a lot of the sort of the political controversies that were including the whole issue of Sunday play, flags, etc. To a large extent, I say, and the ban that the GA introduced, to a large extent avoided that, but not entirely. But you find that there's less. They don't get affected by the many splits that came in Irish sport. Now, the caveat to all that is, in the early 1930s, with sort of an ascendant, our new wave, sort of nationalist wave coming through, with Fianna Fáil coming to power in 1932, that sort of era, UCG and Galway Rugby Club start insisting on playing games on Sundays, and then where UCD also make a stand for the tricolour to be introduced. Now, we've talked a little bit about the school. I'm not going to talk a lot about the sport that's in schools, because I think some of that's going to be talked about more later. But I note that the NA Schools FA Cup was started in 1925, and that was partly through the FA, but also the role of the the Belfast Council Education Committee also was interested in that matter. Where do I have my notes on that? Sorry. So Belfast Education Committee was set up by Belfast Corporation in the 1920s. It was under the Education Act of 1923 that local councils could form education committees to provide and manage public elementary schools, and these committees began to cater for the sporting activities of those schools. Now the public elementary schools were effectively Protestant schools because the Catholic schools had opted out of that system. And so the school facilities that was provided by Belfast Education Committee tended to provide playing fields that were for the sports that Protestant schools tended to play, chiefly soccer and hockey. Rugby was largely, the rugby grounds were already on the schools that played them to a large extent. So I haven't got that image there I wanted to show, but the point I wanted to make is that so in 1925 Belfast Education Committee becomes the first sort of body, a governmental body at a local level to really drive and attempt to organise sporting competitions. And so they appointed a physical instructor to organise soccer, for hockey and basketball competitions. Said they did a survey of all the sporting organisations, but the way the minutes are worded, the one of the three were quite cryptic. I think they selected the ones that they wanted. So well, that's not exactly simultaneous to that, but a few years later, Dublin VEC, Vocational Education Committee, sort of followed, but that it began after the appointment of M.J. Dugan in 1922 in charge of, he had been initially in charge of Army physical training, but in 1928 he was recommended to assist the City of Dublin technical schools. So from 1928 he set out to work in in organising competitions, gymnastics, in the TALTEANN Games to be precise, and from 1933 he started conducting summer courses for teachers employed in vocational education committees to train instructors in physical training. So it's quite slow, but Belfast's ahead of Dublin is what I'm trying to say. Dublin, you know, the scene improves, the sport, there's sport grounds for are leased out by the education, by the VEC at Curran, etc., a number of playing pitches. But Belfast is slightly ahead of Dublin, and Belfast is taking its lead to an extent from London, though it's always behind what's going on in Great Britain. Teacher training colleges also, you know, I touched on it slightly earlier, but very clear divide there as well. South of the border, there was also the understanding that the teachers that were being raised, if they were being educated and coming out of the southern teacher colleges, had to promote Gaelic games, very much almost to the exclusion of other games. And that's the St Patrick's College from Conor team from 1926. Similarly, but not maybe as prominently, Mary Immaculate College in Limerick. You know, so whereas north of the border, Stranmillis probably had a broader sporting spectrum, but not Gaelic games. And St Mary's for the girls there wasn't as much emphasis in sport there. Probably hockey and camogie from time to time, from what I remember. I interviewed some of the people, the students from that time. Now, some of you will be familiar with this, but I'll just mention it in passing because it was one of the first. It was the first major attempt, the first significant attempt south of the border to introduce something of a sort of a sporting policy, or new sporting policy, as a statutory policy, and that was Sokol. And Sokol sort of took its origin from the system of physical culture from Czechoslovakia, and it had begun to. There was a lot of emphasis on physical training in the early 1930s, and nothing could sort of awaken an interest in physical training than a belief that a nation was physically demoralised, that there were and that maybe poor performance in a war in recent years certainly fed into that, going back to the Boer War and so on. That it's sort of a recurrent argument, and it's one that Irish nationalists love to make about Britain, that the reason that they had you know, that they hadn't had their way in the Boer War, etc., was because that Britain had become not just a nation of shopkeepers, but a nation of spectators, and that comes across strongly in some of the newspaper columns right through from the 1900s to the 1930s. So Sokol was an attempt by the Free State to sort of introduce training for Irish troops, and you know there was a lot of up to that had been there'd been prior to 1934 sort of Swedish or Ling gymnastics had been used to bring new recruits into fighting condition, the Sokol was attracting a lot of attention at that time. So in 1934, Lieutenant T-I-C-H-Y, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, from Czechoslovakian Army was brought to Ireland to exhibit the Sokol system of physical education for military troops, and he did enough to impress the head of the Army's physical training, J.J. Hogan. So a small team of Sokol trained men underwent a series of public displays in 1935 and was hailed in some quarters as scientific, modern and effective. And you know, partly I suppose the idea was that this might also influence physical training in the education system. There were some critics, however, as documented by Conor Heffernan, in the Catholic Bulletin, which had a wide readership. J.J. Murphy, the author of an article, referred to the stolid sequences of worn-out stunts on horseback, stunts of surprising antiquity, done in the old circus style. It was not congenial to the Irish tradition. And Murphy insisted that the heads of the Gaelic Athletic Association had better get busy and provide some suitable specific for sending this spate of Sokol back to Bohemia. It didn't really take off It sort of didn't last out the 1930s. There are other reasons as well, I think, why it didn't, which I'll touch on before I conclude. Now, I'll try and go through this quickly, but do justice to it. The whole organisation of physical education and training, it changes greatly in this period. The start happens in the late 1930s. Now, of course, each of these items that is presented there on the screen, they're all sort of following British acts of legislation. So the Physical Training and Recreation Act of Northern Ireland, 1938, follows the act in Britain in 1937. I'll save all the sort of the background to that, but I suppose, except to say that in 1935, this sort of this is a paper by the in 1956 by G.A. McPartland, Senior Technical Advisor to the CCPR, the Central Council of Physical Recreation, and he said basically in his report that chronic unemployment and underemployment since the early 20s had made social workers, political leaders, educationists and the medical profession very concerned about the health, moral fibre and physical efficiency of the people, especially the young adult. From being a nation which took sport and recreation for granted, Britain began to become self-conscious about the large gaps revealed in the provision made. And as a result of that, you had the National Playing Field Association formed in 1925, and then more Scandinavian influences coming in, and then the formation of the CCRPT, the Central Council of Physical Recreation and Training, in 1935. So that was 1935 was regarded as being the sort of the starting point of more statutory involvement in sport in Britain, and that also then follows through in Northern Ireland. But this Act initially had been providing a little bit, it intended to provide a mechanism for capital development for sports facilities and small grants for sport in 1938-39, and there were a few small applications, but it didn't really achieve very much, largely due to the intervention of the war. It was actually the 1943 Youth Welfare Report which sort of moved things forward again. That was a report which sort of raised a great deal of alarm, if I can find my notes on that one. The Youth Welfare Report found that wartime conditions had loosened parental controls with an acute dearth of facilities to occupy young people in the dark evenings. So the Youth Committee for Northern Ireland was duly appointed with Dame Dara Parker in the chair, Unionist MP, was duly appointed as an advisory body to assist the Ministry with decisions on grants. But although there had been initially some sporting applications from 1938-39, it really became to do with youth welfare, sort of youth club provision or formative youth club provision. And the Youth Welfare Act of 1944, which was born out of that, and largely sort of it was to do with sort of setting up youth clubs and so on. But this is all very much sort of part of the early stages of the welfare state. And it's 1947, you see them sort of combined in the Youth Welfare, Physical Training and Recreation Act. Now, that sort of what the hell am I trying? Now this wasn't without its opponents. This is there was opponents. Some of the opponents to that, I was going to show you there, was that's Joe Conor, Nationalist MP. I'm just trying to find my notes somewhere here. So he was the Ulster president of the National Athletic and Cycling Association in 1943, and that was a nationalist one. That was the split in athletics, and it was a strongly nationalist one, which there were already about 3 national sporting organisations on the island at that stage for athletics. But he was an ex-MP for South Armagh, and he criticised the state's tendency, this was arising out of the Youth Welfare Act and the legislation, the state's tendency to treat the individual as its property and a mere machine to serve its end. If this were the thin end of the wedge of state control, any attempt to deprive the youth of their God-given freedom should be resisted. In the same year, the recent GA President, Padraig McNamee, stressed that any statutory youth education should respect the spiritual interests of the individual. So this sort of resonates very strongly with sort of Catholic opposition in the south to state intervention in health, and so I suppose one of the points you can extrapolate from that, although I haven't got as much documentation as I would like, but is that the absence of statutory policy in sport to a large extent in that whole mid part of the century, very much, I think, is very much reflective of that sort of wariness, if not suspicion, of statutory involvement and all sorts of things. I suppose it was most notoriously associated with the mother and child bill of the early 1950s in Dublin, where Minister Noel Browne ended up resigning as a result of criticism from the Catholic Archbishop of Dublin. So it's interesting that this also sort of, from another angle, we're talking about the traditional British Victorian sort of unwillingness to intervene or to state interfering in sport, and you have also got it from a sort of a Catholic approach. At the same time, in 1943, the senior officials, this was a very peculiar time, of course, during the war, but in 1943 the GA president and the secretary had actually sponsored a book called National Action, which advocated at some length the need for a corporate state in Ireland, a one-party state, which doesn't sound too well when you think about its connotations with fascism and all that was going on back then, but this was actually given the forward by the GA president at the time. So that sort of feeds in maybe to that as well. But the Youth Committee, so after the 1947 Act, you find that there's a lot of change taking place. So the Youth Committee is up and running and much more active after that, after 1947. I should say that, I didn't say it, so I should point it out at this stage, that after the war, after the Second World War, there was a profound change in sort of the approach, even the very terminology, physical training to physical education. And according to McPartland of the CCPR, whom I referred to earlier, the war had sort of brought about this profound change in the minds of members of the physical education profession, people were shaken out of their pre-war complacency about the service they were given to the post-school community. First-hand experience of the recreational problems of adults made them realise that many of their ideas of what was needed did not coincide with what would be accepted. A new approach to post-school physical education was needed. It was realised that while Britons loved games and sports, for the most part they loathed formal physical training. They were suspicious of being done good to, and would play because they wanted to or for the sheer hell of it, seldom because they felt it was something they ought to do. So it was also realised that the governing bodies of sport ought to play a much greater part in this aspect of further education. So what you find then is that that thinking is sort of replicated in Belfast as well. So the Youth Committee is meeting, and again the Youth Committee it's very much unionist, sort of Belfast region in its composition. There's a few Protestant clerics, there's Dara Parker there, etc. A couple of military men. And it was largely dealing with youth clubs. This is a whole period of huge number of youth clubs being set up around Northern Ireland. I've got loads on this, but I don't want to. I know the time is ticking by there. I started a bit late, but I don't want to. Of course, and I didn't mention this for the Education Act of 1947, and the Education Act, was hugely significant to physical education, coinciding with all that part of this act, this raft of welfare legislation, largely because it brought far more, Education Act in Northern Ireland brought far more pupils through schools and universities. I mean, in the most basic level, far more pupils were receiving physical education, any sort of organised games, and to a later age, and then more were having the opportunity because of free access to secondary schools, but then more in due turn through the 1950s onwards, we're getting access to university. And this, of course, was particularly the case in the Catholic community in Northern Ireland, who tended to be an average from a lower socio-economic background. So you found that a whole raft of intermediate schools were being set up in the 1950s, particularly Catholic intermediate schools, and they were then it's a revolution really in truth, without getting the facts or figures in terms of the provision of organised sport for youths. So now the issue of whether Northern Ireland should have a physical education college was dealt with to a great extent by Conor in his talk here 6 months ago. Now, not everybody was here, but I don't intend to go through all the details, but it had been a long recognised fact that there was a serious want of a physical education qualification in Northern Ireland. This discussion had been going on for 2 decades, and it was a very unsatisfactory situation that a lot of the schools in Northern Ireland did not have adequate teaching. Now, the situation south of the border was worse. In one of the reports it said that Northern Ireland had the worst in Western Europe, the worst standard of physical education training, but the south was worse as well, worse than that even. But this need had been, this can had sort of been kicked down the road a few times, and there had been sort of organised summer vacation PE courses in Belfast since about 1936. But in 1938, the Lord Charlemont, I said, was not much of an interventionist, and the Minister for Education, J.H. Robb, decided that Northern Ireland didn't need anything so pretentious as a specific training college for PE or the like. And then obviously the war delayed any further consideration of that matter. But the fact is, and as I talked about the new realities of the post-war vista, the new sort of realisations of a new outlook on sport and its virtues and what people wanted to do. And so this man on the left, Harry Midgley, strongly socialist in his early career, but unionist more in the latter end, had been appointed in Minister of Education in 1950, and he made it sort of a priority to advance the establishment of the Ulster College of Physical Education. So Dalriada College, as it was out of Jordanstown, was bought. This was exclusively for females. The situation was for males was that the male Protestant students essentially continued to go to Stranmillis. Catholic students were being provided for at St Joseph's Training College in West Belfast, and it began to take on physical education more at that time. Of course, concomitant with all this, you've got Loughborough College playing a more prominent role, and a small number from Northern Ireland going over there on a more regular basis. But now at last, Northern Ireland had its own physical education. The first on the island, of course, in 1953, and that's one of the first groups to qualify from that. So that gradually began to address the very serious deficit of qualified and able PE teachers that there were in Northern Ireland. Again, a lot of that, more detail on that can be found in Conor's talk online. But Harry Midgley, it's worth noting that Harry Midgley was a man interested in sport. He's a big Linfield Football Club man, and had an interest in boxing as well. And I think it's no accident that he made a priority of that, whereas some of the men before him maybe just didn't have the same interest or appreciation of sport. Very quickly, I mean, all the while, of course, the sporting culture you're familiar with, a lot of them are familiar with, and a lot of our educational institutions increased. I just throw this one as Amedale winning their first Ulster Schools Cup in 1958. I don't know if that is representative in any way of the Education Act's influence of widening it out. I don't think it really is. I think it's just one of those one-off things that happen in sport. But you can see it in other sports. But one of the things that's going on in this in the Catholic schools is that the focus act, as they were determined to become more in step with Irish Ireland, they were actually becoming more narrowly focused in their sporting spectrum in some cases. I mean, I've seen, for example, St Patrick's College Armagh, these huge albums from the 1920s and 30s of all sorts of physical drill and gymkhana exercises, and they were into everything back then. But with the establishment of the McCrory Cup and Gaelic football and other things, they're more singularly focused on winning this every year, and they're actually offering, as the decades go by, offering probably a narrower range of sporting participation. And even in my own day at that school, sports days were not even really the done thing, incredibly. That's the opening of St Patrick's College Gaelic pitch by the Bishop of Kilmore in 1952, throwing the ball over his head as they did back then. This shows you how this is the jocular and more serious aspect of how the politics spills into the education and InterVarsity level. This is from the the Sigerson Cup Intervarsity Gaelic Football 1944 in Dublin. So Queens are taking part, and this is one of the dinner cards signed that some of the Dublin students have written up Queens, up Belfast, up the Republic, up the bloody North on the card. But this sort of larking about ends up having a more serious side, because you find that in 1958, the week after Remembrance Day, some of the students are up for the Fitzgibbon Cup International Hurling, and they stumble upon the War Memorial out the front near the Malone Road. They start tossing about these wreaths, not really thinking too much about them. There's something that's alien to them, but don't think about how this is going to go down. They've had a few drinks, and they weren't easy to get in Dublin, in Belfast on a Sunday, so they imbibed quickly. So they started throwing these about. A group of people walking by on a group of Sunday evening the people walking by on a Sunday evening, and they saw this, and there was pretty much a bit of an altercation, large altercation. And then the students were in court the next morning, and a lot of people said they should have faced jail for the scene that it caused. But this would cause a lot of bad feeling at Queen's at the time. And I suppose it's representative of, even in sport, these sort of, in the most strange way, these political things. At a time of high, this was during the Irish border campaign, and there were a lot of high sort of emotions that even spilt over. Now, very quickly, the growth of coaching also comes into sport as well at this time. That's the NACA, that's one of the first their first athletics summer courses in UCD, Dublin, 1952, I think it is. And coaching as a philosophy, it comes much more strongly north of the border, but also south. But it grows organically more in the south than north, because it's not, as I said, there's no real statutory apparatus. It's not the same extent. But in 1955, you have the formation at last of the CCPRNI, the Central Council for Physical Recreation Northern Ireland branch, and this is from PRONI as well here. But one of the things that's fascinating with this, and it's a huge amount of it, I'll just not touch on that stuff, but one of the big issues that the CCPRNI has to deal with for the first year or two is who actually affiliates to us. Because, so they've got all these different categories of sporting organisations that can affiliate. So they've got autonomous bodies not now represent the CCPR, autonomous bodies at present represent the CCPR, and they go on through the list, and then they talk about, they had to be represented, they had the whole issue of what coincides with the border. If the organisation is an All-Ireland body, they can't affiliate, and then they change their minds over this, and then they write to some of the All-Ireland bodies, and then they ignore them. They don't get a response, I suppose what I'm saying is, it just, the CCPRNA should be an innocuous enough body, you think for just physical recreation, but even deciding who's part of it seems to take up most of the first couple of years. But eventually they even got some of those people to come on board, because when they saw the financial benefits and the coaching benefits. So here you have the CCPRNA running the Gaelic football coaching at Casement Park, Belfast in 1963. Not without significance, because this was indicative of Northern nationalists beginning, through the increasing sporting provisions, to come on board. And one of the things I'd forgotten to say about the 1947 Act was that after 1947 Youth Welfare and Physical Training Recreation Act, is that there's a huge raft of more applications coming in for capital development, etc. But there's a very clear split. West of the River Bann is not receiving any really the same applications. You actually have a lot of applications for Catholic youth clubs east of the Bann and so on, but hardly any west of the Bann. But it was actually through through the youth clubs, that GAA clubs started to apply in the 1950s, sort of surreptitiously for grants, thinking they wouldn't get them as GAA clubs. So they formed a youth wing. The youth clubs applied for it, and this ended up becoming how so many GAA clubs started to build their own halls and create huge facilities for playing basketball, etc. It's probably the origins of one. It's probably one of the origins of something that often occurs to me. Is, pardon this crude reference, but since the Troubles, why do Protestants play table tennis and Catholics play basketball? These two international sports, but that had no sectarian thing before the international. It's largely due to the halls were played in, because a lot of the basketball ended up being played in Catholic halls, parochial halls, and table tennis in some cases were organised through orange halls. But that's sort of by the way. And then the last big milestone I'd say during this period, but last but not least, is following the Wolfenden Report in 1960, Sport in the Community, the establishment shortly after the Youth and Sports Council in England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland in 1962. And this, of course, this is essentially the formation of this is what became the Sports Council of Northern Ireland and now Sport NI. And this really allows for proper, huge investment, capital development of sporting facilities, not just for youth clubs, but also for private clubs and organisations. And you can see that in the figures that come out of the next couple of years. You can see here local authorities under the 1947 Act had been, they looked at the larger providing association football pitches and tennis courts and so on. But there's a quick increase across the line in other sports. But this is more graphically shown in maybe these applications coming from private clubs, private sporting organisations in the mid-60s. So you find a whole raft coming in here. For significant, them were much more significant figures. But what's really striking is that you've got football, you've got cricket and so on, but you've got all these applications from GA clubs that had not been applying for funds before. So they were actually coming to terms with the state that had sort of been not touching before. And this was coming as a result of the Sports Council under the educational sphere. So I suppose, look, that's we're sort of a potted look at different aspects of sport and education in Partition Ireland. In sum, or in conclusion, I would say, partition obviously affected sport directly. It obviously affected in education because the country was in two new states. But it also affected all sorts of matters: what sports the schools played, how all the trappings of those sports, what anthem was even played, etc. So it has had a most profound effect on sport in education all over Ireland, and not least in Northern Ireland. So pardon for intruding the time. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and welcome back for the coffee. It feels like it's lunchtime. I was going to thank everybody for inviting me, but Flybe did their best nearly to keep me in Glasgow when it was on. By the great skills of a taxi driver that I got here on time for the start. But I don't know, Michael's away, but I've done my bit and I've registered, so I think I've got brownie points there anyway. So I suppose the first thing I'd like to say, this is going to follow on in some ways from the education bit. There's a kind of crossover between some of the things. I'll explain the title in a second, but I'd like to dedicate this talk, if I may, to a great friend of mine from Belfast, a guy called Brendan Harvey, who would have loved to have been here, and it was interesting to hear the reference to St Malachy's, because that's where he was a teacher for many years, and he would have loved to have spent the day at this type of thing. And I know that he spent a lot of time in the previous building, Balmoral, and he would have just so much enjoyed to be part of that. So my title, The Game of the Caman People, can I just, first of all, does anyone in the audience who has seen a shinty match? Okay? Oh, 3, well, 2.5.
Half
okay.
again.
2.5. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll explain the connections, and a lot of it revolves around our joint history between shinty and hurling. Shinty, the Gaelic name, Camanachd, which is used in English as well. But this scene here is 1989 and it's Croke Park, and to me it's arguably the best picture ever taken of a shinty hurling match, for all sorts of reasons. It captures so much of the game and the dynamic nature of the two codes, because they come together and have come together, as I'm going to explain, over a long period of time in a series of compromise matches, as they're called, where the players play with their own clubs and they have a slightly different ball and they modify the rules to stop the hurlers playing with their hands. I'm going to show you some of that just to give you a feel for it. It'll mean much more when you see the actuality of it. But that was one of the beginnings of one of the peaks in the relationship of which now extends to more than 100 years in its organised form, but in terms of our shared history and heritage, it goes back to the mist of time, thousands of years. My title comes from this splendid publication on page 22. This is half of the quote, the game of the Kaman people. That's a fairly obvious part of it, because that is the game of the Kaman people. And in the same year, the same day in fact, as that snapshot was taken, this character, Duncan McGilvery, who's one of the world's best bagpipers, decided he was going to go out into the middle of the field and entertain the assembling masses in Croke Park, because the Shinty Hurling International at under 21 level, that game was played as a warm-up for one of the bigger finals. And you can see there the old stands, for example, and I'm going to come back to that as I go through the talk as well. For some reason. And the point about the 70s was quite interesting, and that's key to what I'm going to talk about as well, because I'm going to come back to it. We seem to have jumped for some reason. We've jumped a few slides here to come to that. Yeah, I see what's happened there. You'll remember in the period in the 70s there was a ban on international sport. Shinty was actually the only sport that broke that ban. We didn't actually break it, we just ignored it completely. Because I'm going to come back to it. I was a schoolboy at the time, and I will prove that I actually played at Croke Park in 1973, round about the same time as this international match took place. So the two codes agreed that, certainly from the Scottish end, that there was no problem about coming to Ireland at the height of what was called at that time the Troubles, and I want to go into that in a little bit more detail. But this is the best publication I know of that covers the relationship between the two codes. We've got acres and acres of library space devoted to the history of hurling in all the different areas of Ireland. We have a small but quite important selection of works dealing with Shinty specifically, but this is the one really, the best one, that certainly in modern times, that crosses over. And it was compiled by Daniel McCarthy, who's done significant work, and he did a lot, for example, with the securing of UNESCO's World Heritage status for hurling last year. So here we are, a year after Ireland's national sport was inscribed on that representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. They really have to find a better or easier title for it, but we know what it means. But Shinty, meanwhile, just a year after that, was declared virtually an endangered species. The Heritage Crafts Association, an English-based body, nothing wrong with that, added the tradition of making Shinty sticks on its red list of endangered crafts, claiming it was on the verge of extinction. Without being unduly alarmist, in some ways they really are not far off the mark. Stick making is almost wholly the responsibility in Shinty of one maker, and the traditional craft of making Shinty balls is actually extinct. They're actually made now, mass-produced in India for about £1 a piece. It's just a fact of life, that's the way it happens. So my congratulations to hurling on securing UNESCO World Heritage status, largely through the efforts of the GA and specifically Daniel McCarthy and some of his happy helpers. To cut a long story short, we in Scotland can't follow that route, much as we would like to, because the UK government currently refuses to sign up to all the documentation, and the Scottish government cannot progress it in its current form through the channels, because it has to go through the UK government. That, however, as we are all pretty much aware, is a situation that might or might not change in the years, even the months or days or minutes. And if Boris had built the bridge between Scotland and Ireland, I would have been here a lot quicker this morning than Flybe would have got me here, but that's another thing altogether. I once disgraced myself in a previous life. I worked for Caledonian McBrain, the ferry company, who serviced at the time the Rathlin ferry, and I was with my great friend Brendan, and he took me to lunch in Ballycastle, and it was a foggy day, and I looked out over the headland and I said to Brendan, "What's that island over there?" Of course it was Argyll, it was Scotland. I was absolutely mortified. but it actually hammered home the point. I know poor Brendan is long since gone, but he's still laughing at that, but it hammered home the point. There's only 12 miles between us. And I'd like to come back to that, because I played also in my playing career after it was finished actually. I played with, you'll have heard the name Sambo McNaughton, who just a couple of weeks ago was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Great Antrim hurler, he played in Cushendall. My hometown Shinty Club came to Cushendall in 1993, I think it was, and we played at the Fèis of the Glens as a shinty match, and it was a privilege to be on the same field as somebody like Sambo. So the links have been there over time at a lot of different levels, but the links present a challenge to Shinty. Shinty in its organised form has only existed. The ruling body, the governing body, the Camanachd Association as it's called, the equivalent of the GAA, was formed 125 years ago. They just celebrated that centenary last year. And the president, the past president at the time, Jim Barr, said this: "A long history and rich heritage are not always positive assets when attempting to build a sustainable future for our sport, particularly when history is sometimes viewed as religious tablets of stone which are not to be interfered with." This will be quite familiar to most of you. "I have no doubt that Shinty will survive for a long time in some shape or form, but it would be tragic if it reverted to an exhibition sport in its purest historical form, to be rolled out only for high days and holidays. I genuinely believe this to be a real risk with a generation if we continue to worship our history rather than build on our heritage." And that's a very important point that I would like to build on, because in 5 years' time, in 2024, and we heard about this from Donald earlier today, the centenary anniversary of what's generally held to be the first Shinty hurling international between Scotland and Ireland was actually held at the Parritition Games in Croke Park in 1924. We were a lot more authentic and in keeping with the spirit of the time than perhaps some of the Americanisation and all the rest of it. But we did, and I'm going to come back to this all the time, that is the start of what we refer to as the international series. Previous to that, I'm going to show you there were games, but not what we would call an international level. So what I'm suggesting is that 2024, in 5 years' time, offers us all an opportunity for the two codes, the Camanachd in Scotland and the Camanachd Cambogiach, all that stuff under the aegis of the GAA, to come together. We can reassess the relationships in that 5 years and quite possibly, and I think quite rightly, mark that occasion of commemorating the 100 years since the first gathering in Croke Park. I'll just refer briefly just now, the first game was actually in 1897 refereed by none other than Michael Cusack. So we have the credentials and the history to do this. The problem, as I'm going to show you, is getting two quite different organisations and two sports of very different scales to come together. 20 years ago this year, 1999, in the presence of the then Irish Consul General to Scotland, the magnificent Dan Mulhall, a sporting and cultural conference in Skye placed a monetary value on the interaction of the two codes and identified a number of cultural and sporting opportunities which have never, in my view, been fully realised. What we did was we worked out the number of beds that would be needed to cope with a hurling team coming to Scotland for a weekend, the number of events you could put on that weekend, the amount of income that it would generate in the local community, and we came up with a figure. The figure doesn't really matter, it was a substantial amount of money. And we replicated that on the Irish side. If a Scottish team went over with a senior team and a junior team and a school team, that needs a lot of beds. It generates stuff for the economy, but it's never really been done in a structured way. And as I say, we're only 12 miles apart at the shortest distance, so it seems to me to be quite a feasible thing to do if somebody would just sit down and plan it. The international series does go on. I'm sure none of you know, risk here, I'm sure none of you know that the next Women's International Exchange is due, none of you know, next Saturday or Sunday, I think it's Sunday, in Wexford, okay? And the next Senior and Under 21 International is due, see, in November, okay? I think it's November the 6th or something like that. Where is it to be played? Not Croke Park. It's going to be played at Abbotsford, which is the GAA's training ground. Now, my first image there was Shinty hurling being played in the home of hurling, Croke Park. Now, it, in my view, the match has been relegated on the Irish side to being played in a training ground, and what I can also see is it will not appear on any television channel in Scotland or Ireland. And this is the only opportunity the both codes have to play a game of international class where they wear their country shirts and they play an international match. It just will disappear. It's going to be on YouTube for TG4 or something. That is it. And that to me is not a good option. So I'd like to see something done about that. I'm going to suggest some sort of mechanism we can do. We have all the credentials and I think support to do it. What it just needs is organisation. For example, in '98 in the Gaelic College, they're very prone to inviting important Irish people to the Gaelic College in Skye, because it usually means they can generate a project on the end of it. So we've had all your presidents and ministers for the Gaeltacht and everything else have been trotting over to Skye because they love going there for a start. But Eamon O'Keefe, who was the minister for the Gaeltacht in '98, said, "I firmly believe that the cultural common denomination between the Highlands and Islands of Scotland, the North of Ireland and the Republic of Ireland are such that we have an enormous potential for social, cultural and economic linkages which remain relatively untapped to date, and which, in my view," that's O'Keefe, "would be fully developed, deliver untold benefits to our respective peoples." Now he was referring there to economic benefits, cultural benefits, sporting benefits, all manner of benefits, which I would like to suggest have not been fulfilled at all. So what I'd like to do is take you through some of these differences, some of the obstacles and challenges we've faced in the next 10 minutes or so. It's going to be a bit of a whiz through a bit of history. I'm quite happy to share some of the statistics and everything that's on these in due course after the meeting. But that's a kind of representation that Daniel came up with, and it's what it says in the tin. It's a heritage guide to the sport of hurling and shinty. But that's where the second part of the quote came about, being convivial and congenial. I'm going to show you that sometimes it's actually not that congenial, but it's certainly convivial. So the key dates, just a quick skip through. Formation, GA was formed 10 years before the Camanachd, so they're not that different. In terms of that period, there was a huge traffic between Scotland and Ireland because of the Land League and all these issues. We had common issues. And to my mind, the thing went off the rails in this period between that there and the First World War. Had we stayed on the same track, shinty wouldn't be where it is now. In fact, Scotland wouldn't be where it is now. And Ireland went its own way in 1921, 22 and all that. But we went a slightly different way, and we didn't have the same church structures and all the rest of it to support the sport. So the first meetings actually in the field of play date from 96 to 7, and as I said, people like Cusack would referee them. So there was a common knowledge and a common sense of activity. The first real explosion of activity came at the TALTEANN Games. The profile was enormous. It wasn't really a Scottish international team, it was a team from Glasgow dressed up as an international team, but they were part of that. 1924, very close to 1921, shinty hurley engagement with Ireland was a hot potato in Scotland. Shinty was being run by people who were MPs. The Minister of War at the time was one James Ian Macpherson, Lord Strathcarron, of a famous shinty family, and I have no doubt whatsoever that they were responsible for trying to dampen down these relationships. And that actually became more obvious in 1933, where the links were formally suspended on the advice of someone on high. It's minuted in the minute books. Now I think that was Macpherson from the Cabinet Office saying, wait a minute you guys, you don't want to be getting involved with the Irish. So that's a gross oversimplification, but that was the message, and they just said no more. And actually there were no more links until the 50s. I kind of missed that out, where Queen's, largely through the efforts of people like Brendan Harvey, made links with Edinburgh University, funnily enough, and they started doing student games. It was almost like your development, the different levels they were playing at, but they spotted the opportunity to play across the Irish Sea at university level. And we've got good documentation of that being played. It then died a death in the 60s. It was impractical, whatever, key individuals disappeared, but it revived in the 70s. It's been coming and going. But it's now since 1993, which was the centenary of the Camanachd Association, it's been running pretty much at senior, under 21, and now women's level, so it's the full panoply of international exchange, and we have separate club and school exchanges going on underneath that. But in my mind, the thing has plateaued. It's just ticking along, and as long as the GAA is ticking the box, we played Scotland, that seems to be the view here. You'll see why it's a difficult, there are two figures there that leap out at you. The turnover, or the revenue generated by the GAA in 2017 was 65.6 million. All they do is they have a draw every so often and it generates a couple of million. It seems to be an easy way to do it. They love semi-final replays. We look at that from a distance and say, wow, if we could do that, another 82,300 and all the rest of it. But that's what generates this, and the stadium and all the rest of it. Look at Shinty's turnover, £600,000. That's all they've got. That's their total annual in and out. The final, the Camanachd Cup final, which was held a couple of weeks ago and abandoned, funnily enough for the first time ever, I'll explain why in a minute, generated maximum crowd 3,000–4,000. So we can't compete on any real level. What we do, when we do compete, this is what we compete with. That's a standard Shinty Stick, standard hurley. 2013 there was an abortive attempt to try and get the two together. There's a kind of cross between one and the other. They played a trial match for 20 minutes at Croke Park, never really took off. The players loved it, just for a knockabout, but it wasn't followed through. It was a good idea, never took off. They went as far as making the sticks, but as I say, it never took off. So that's your average scene at a final. It's another couple of million euros. This was as 2 weeks ago. The tail end of hurricane, whatever it was. We managed to get 4 minutes into the second half. I was commentating. It was the most brutal commentary I've ever done. 0-0 at half time. We couldn't see the players. Thankfully the referee called it off. This is a map that showed me, it doesn't particularly, I think it's something like club activity or GAA activity in Ireland. Okay, so each dot is GAA activity somewhere. Look at Scotland's equivalent. There are 60 shinty clubs. These are the dots where they are, largely along this axis of the Highlands. Pockets, communities. That's just a historical reference to shinty having been played in St Kilda. It's obviously no longer played there. So we are on a completely different scale. But the history says we should be competing and being collegiate about our activities. Now, I thought the best way to sum this up was to sum up what shinty means to us, was to show you, I think it's 4 minutes. This is a song composed by one of the greatest modern players of our time, Gary Innes, who also is a musician with his own band, plays the accordion, he's a fantastic broadcaster, he's got so many talents, he makes you sick. And he's one of my co-commentators on the shinty, but he's a very talented musician. I'm going to let this speak for itself, if I may. This is what Gary Innes, one of our top players, thinks shinty means to him. If the technology works, it does. So it draws on all the symbolism you would want of a national sport. We don't refer to shinty as our national sport, we think it's our most iconic sport. Like cast strength with skin, so strong and so pure. You captured our hearts, hold on with some style. Our Highland religion did fed as a child, an education of sorts, a mark of respect. To play this old sport, help villages connect. For those who've not seen it, it's hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the cannon. This is our greatest ever player, the number 11. He keeps appearing, Ronald Ross. Kind of the DJ Carey of shinty if you want. He's right up there, 1,000 goals in his career.
Short men, sweet contest and collide, and once it's all over, cast difference aside, an offer of hand to give one another, a nod of respect for you wood swinging brothers. It's the game of the gales, the language of our clans, no place for fear to commandeer the heart of the canning man.
This is in it, the number 9.
But now it feels right that I should let go. I've had my time, which is hard to admit.
The medals for man of the match in the final, which he's won 3 times.
To stand as 12 healthy men, to toss a coin on which end to defend. Hear the whistle ring out as the ball's thrown high. 50 bright eyes cast towards the sky. Take a knock, take a plan, take a smack, take a clatter. In years to come, none of it will matter. To run like the wind and to leap like the salmon. A small price to pay to say you've held a cannon. It's the game.
This is him in his musician's role playing with Runrig. Have you heard of Runrig, the great Gaelic rock group? That was him. The same day as he played in the final, he went and he played for the band in the afternoon. He's nuts. And that's our great trophy, the Camanachd Cup as we call it. But you see the scale of the thing compared to the All-Ireland finals, you can visualise. This is all about community level. He keeps scoring the winner in big matches.
I toast your health, my heart you've won. It's the game of the gales, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart. Oh, it's the game of the gales, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart. Oh, it's the game of the gales, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the cannon man.
He's in the middle of everything. You know. So that kind of, I mean, it talks a lot about the iconic imagery of the environment, the teams and the spirit and all the rest of it. It was, I mentioned the other book, Daniel McCarthy's book. The greatest book I've ever read about the joint history is Art O'Mulfal's book, Caman. And Art was at that 1999 conference, and he drew some of the comparisons between the two. And there are all sorts of books in the two codes. This seems to have got a mind of its own sometimes. It sticks. Sometimes flawed authors get their hands on books and manage to cobble. I did that for the centenary myself of the Shinty Association. So we can draw on all of these things, and Daniel's last image in his book was bringing it bang up to date, where now the women compete. Our women can't compete with the best camogia players because they're just not as fit. They don't have the numbers to draw on, but they do play, and they do get onto the same pitch. And as I hinted earlier, I have a particular connection with Croke Park myself, because I don't know if I can catch it very quickly, but I can prove to you that once, this is, I just don't have time to go through this, but if you read through that very quickly and you come to the last name on the score sheet, you find that I, in fact, anyone else scored a point at Croke Park? There you are, you're an illustrious company. At school level in the 70s, that match took place. Do you remember the Mountjoy breakout? Does that ring any bells with anyone? Famous IRA breakout where the helicopter went into Mountjoy and sprung a guy out and all the rest of it. This was all part of this ban. Nobody's going to Dublin and so on. We went. We were only 14. Our 2 teachers took us there on a Thursday. We never saw the teachers till Monday when they came to pick us up again. But we played at Croke Park. It's there, you know, O'Connell School. It was a wonderful relationship. We crossed over back and forth. So these things have been happening, but I genuinely fear that the Shinty end of it is now being lost in this global enterprise, which is the GAA. For all that they are willing, they need to be galvanised into doing it. And I think that in conclusion, I just want to briefly sum up and draw a line under it. I'm quite happy to answer questions, but I think if through the channels of this kind of meeting and the follow-up, if we can bring it to people's attention, I think a force from the outside is needed to get these groups together, because the broadcasters need to come together. We have models like the Killarney Festival and Colm Keela and other things. But Daniel McCarthy's final words in this book are, I think, very appropriate. The hurling Shinty revival may lend itself to the formation of a future international federation of Gaelic sports if Olympic recognition of Imine were to be one day a reality and the TALTEANN Games flame rekindled. I think we have to set aside the Olympic aspirations for Shinty anyway, but on the basis that the centenary of that initial flame is with us in 5 years' time in 2024, I'd like to propose that over the next 5 years, the establishment of something like a Gaelic Games Joint Advisory Board could galvanise all these agencies in Ireland and Scotland to bring them together in time for 2024. And we have the examples, we have the history, we have the heritage, we have the athleticism, we have everything. And hopefully, if such a move could act as a mechanism for the delivery of this convivial and collegiate relationship, the referee at the match in 1924 summed it up. Cade MacLean, I'm working on a book about Cade and the TALTEANN Games at the moment. He wrote a poem after he refereed the match, and I'll read you one verse in conclusion. No longer are we troubling about the grand old games, since we have seen in Dublin both countries play the same. Those canons told of days of old, of muscle, brawn and brain. So let us strive to keep alive our grand old father's game. These were Cade's words, and I think if we could reproduce that spirit for 2024, we'd have done him and everyone else a favour. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks to Conor for inviting me along to this conference. This is some research I'm doing on a game that was called Gravel Football, was only played in Clongowes Wood College, and I'm writing a chapter for the forthcoming Atlas of Irish Sport History. But is this okay? I don't want to speak too loud. You got me okay? Okay. The wide playgrounds were swarming with boys. All were shouting, and the prefects urged them on with strong cries. The evening air was pale and chilly, and after every charge and thud of the footballers, the greasy leather orb flew like a heavy bird through the grey light. He kept on the fringe of his line, out of sight of his prefect, out of the reach of the rude feet, feigning to run now and then. He was caught in the whirl of a scrimmage, and fearful of the flashing eyes and muddy boots, bent down to look through the legs. The fellows were struggling and groaning, and their legs were rubbing and kicking and stamping. Then Jack Lawton's yellow boots dodged out the ball, and all the other boots and legs ran after. That was how James Joyce's diminutive alter ego, Stephen Dedalus, described the almost unique game of gravel football, which was played in Clongowes Wood College and Tullabeg College in Ireland, as well as Stonyhurst in Lancashire. Gravel football was extraordinarily popular in both Clongowes and Tullabeg, as described in Joyce's Portrait of the Artist, as well as the writings of other old Clongonians, such as Chief Baron Christopher Pallas. The Stonyhurst game, as it was called, embodied many of the elements of rugby, soccer and Gaelic football, and predated all three, but would eventually succumb to the first two as they grew in strength and the needs of the school which harboured it changed. This paper, which arises out of ongoing research for a history of Clongowes, will focus on the game that thrived for much of the 19th century before its decline at the hands of soccer initially and then rugby. Clongowes College currently enjoys a reputation as an outstanding rugby playing school, with several international players amongst its recent alumni. You can see the Kearney brothers there, Rob Kearney, third from left, and his brother Dave beside him, Gordon Darcy on the right, and Fergus McFadden holding up the Leinster, the Heineken Cup for Leinster. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Considerable success at schools level. As Father Bruce Bradley has written, it was not always so, and even in the years after rugby became an established game in Ireland and the Schools Cup was inaugurated, there was a tussle between rival codes within Clongowes. This was only settled 100 years ago, when the college itself already had a century behind it, in favour of the sport, which is now so much a part of the school's public profile. The Society of Jesus returned to Ireland in 1814, following its restoration, and formally established an independent province in 1860. The Jesuits were the great educators of Europe and Ireland in the 19th and early 20th centuries. And Ireland in the 19th and early 20th centuries would provide fertile ground for their mission. They quickly became involved in the Catholic Renaissance through the foundation of schools such as Clongowes and Tullabeg, where they introduced the complementary seasonal diversions of cricket and gravel football. Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the society, despite an active military background, was not an enthusiastic sportsman, but he subscribed to Juvenal's philosophy of a healthy mind and a healthy body, and games were a characteristic and somewhat novel feature of the Jesuit educational system from the beginning. The founder of Clongowes, Father Peter Kenny, and several of his colleagues had made some of their early studies for the priesthood at the beginning of the 19th century in Stonyhurst, where the English Jesuits had a boarding school and a seminary. Although Clongowes was not established directly from or dependent on Stonyhurst, Father Kenny was undoubtedly influenced by what he and others had seen in England. Both Stonyhurst cricket and gravel football, along with handball, were played in Clongowes almost from the start. Handball could only accommodate a few players at a time, and eventually gave way to its rivals, which complemented each other nicely, with gravel being played through the winter, as well as successors, soccer and rugby. The interval from the end of the gravel season on St. Patrick's Day to the commencement of cricket was filled by stilts, tops, gravel cricket and rounders. While it is not possible to say exactly when the game of gravel was commenced in Clongowes, it seems likely that it was there soon after the founding of the college. Daniel O'Connell Jr., the son of the Liberator, was a pupil in the school in 1830 and recorded playing ball. He also records sack races and a badger fight. Thomas O'Donnell, a pupil from 1841 to 45, says that the code was in full force with the grand games on St. Patrick's Day already well established. As the mansion purchased by Father Kenny was on 219 acres of land, space for sport was not an issue. In addition to the cricket pitches, there were 3 gravel football courts, one for each of the 3 divisions of the school, higher, lower and third lines. So higher line, 5th and 6th years, lower, 3rd and 4th, and then 1st and 2nd years. The photograph shows, on the left, bottom left is the original castle, and the school has always extended to the south and southwest. But 3 sides of the original castle building are untouched. It connects on the 4th side. All of these playing areas were clearly visible from the library, so to imagine what it was like then, the only building was the castle. None of the other buildings existed when the game started, and the Jesuits were able to, by looking at the back of the castle, here, they looked out over the playing area so they could supervise from a distance. The fact that it was compulsory meant that every boy was obliged to play, and there could be 30 or more on each side, in time-honoured fashion selected alternately by leaders. Nobody was exempted. If a boy was fit, he was compelled to play, or at least to appear on the pitch. The ball was also peculiar to Clongowes, being made in advance of each game by the college shoemaker. These balls were small, weighed about 25 ounces, quickly became misshapen, and had to be replaced several times in a match. That'd be about the size of a grapefruit. They consisted of a bladder encased in strong heavy leather, about 10 inches in diameter, and not always mathematically rounded or evenly weighted. One old Clongonian described his first view of boys kicking very pebbly looking footballs, and explained that the flabby football, when wet, became paved all over with little particles of gravel. In this condition it was truly horrible, a terror to many and a prolific source of fights. It also proved a potent and particularly painful weapon, and was used by some players to soften up the opposition by shooting the ball straight at them. Gravel football was governed by 32 laws. These, and an explanatory glossary of the terms, were displayed in the recreation rooms in the school. Although the exact dimensions of the pitch are not mentioned, we know that the goal posts were 25 feet high, not less than 9 feet wide, and no more than 70 yards apart. Now you can see some of the goalposts there. What looks like a chimney in the background there is actually a handball alley without the side alleys there, and you can see boys playing handball against that. It was also used for playing gravel football, so the goal was painted on the handball alley. Although it's not specified in the laws, one account describes how the tall pine goalposts faced one another diagonally across the ground. The goals did not have crossbars and were surrounded by a semicircular poaching line with a radius no less than 12 yards, and the space contained by this line was known as the quarters. It was considered bad form to wait on the poaching line for the ball to arrive, and, as with the square ball in Gaelic football, no player who was in his opponent's quarters ahead of the ball was allowed to play it. At the start of a game, each team had its colours attached to a goalpost, and they were lowered a few feet whenever they conceded a score. Once in position, they didn't change ends even after an interval. Players were not divided into forwards or backs, and there were only two segregations: the goal minds and the general players. One of the goal minds stood between the posts, while the other stood on the poaching line in a kind of sweeper row. One correspondent notes that the goal minds never indulged in the finesse of dribbling the ball, but always kicked their most vigorous kick. Any player in possession of the ball was known as a striker, and an opponent who attempted to dispossess him was a charger. The game commenced with a place kick called a cocker, K-O-C-K-E-R, which practice could also be employed to restart the game after a ball went out of bounds or when a free possession was awarded following a foul. Play was advanced mainly through the primary skill of forcing, that is, dribbling the ball towards the opponent's goal without allowing it to get more than 3 yards ahead. A striker engaged in forcing was faced by a succession of chargers who could only confront him one by one. The laws surrounding the charge are quite precise, specifying that a charge could only be made by one player at a time from a point fully in front of and 3 yards distance from the striker and while facing the striker's goal. When in position, the charger could rush straight at the striker to take from him possession of the ball, but could not make contact with him, leather to leather, as it was described. If the charger failed, he was obliged to retire to the same legal charging point, much in the way that modern rugby players must withdraw to enter a ruck through the gate. To come up fair was to execute the charge correctly, and the phrase was regularly shouted as a warning to chargers who were either not at least 3 yards distant from or fully in front of the striker, or both. The charger had another ruse at his disposal, to wit, the dodge. At the beginning I said Jack Lawton's boots dodged out the ball. This occurred when, having come up fairly, the charger checked lest the striker tried to force the ball past him. As in modern Gaelic football, reckless kicking, pushing, holding and tripping were strictly prohibited. The law specifying that no one may hit, push or hold any of the opposition with the hands or arms. While the ball could not be struck with the open hand, carried or thrown, or, if caught in the air, kicked from the hand, it could be struck with the closed hand if it was aloft, and this was a much valued skill in the quarters. If the ball was put behind the goals by the defending line, the attackers were entitled to a free box, much in the manner of a short corner in hockey. One description of the constant shifting and manoeuvring until the ball was boxed into play smacks of the jockeying for position in a soccer goal mouth today when a corner has been taken. The writer noted that the incident usually concluded with the ball spilling to the ground due to the difficulty in boxing such an eccentric-shaped missile. A goal was gained when the ball passed fairly through or over the space between the goals. Own goals were permitted, and draws were avoided by the ingenious device of only awarding a half point for the initial goal in the game. So somebody was always behind or ahead. The game was played from the start of September until St. Patrick's Day, when the season concluded with the colours matches. These gala occasions, which foreshadow the school's rugby finals of today, were a high point in the college calendar and were preceded by preliminary rounds some days before to decide which team sported red and which green. Following a ceremonial march to the ground with colours flying, the rector gave the initial kick-off before retiring amid cheers. The rector was the head of the Jesuit community, effectively the headmaster. These occasions were remembered fondly by one notable old boy, Christopher Pallas, Lord Chief Baron of the Exchequer and first president of the Clongowes Past Pupils Union, and arguably the most distinguished old Clongonian of his day. In later life, he recalled that for every goal scored on St. Patrick's Day, there was an extra pancake at dinner for the scorer, with the thoughtful proviso that a boy could transfer his extra pancakes to his friends. The only out match was that played against the gentlemen of the past, for the very good reason that they were the only people outside Clongowes who knew how to play the game. The present pupils normally won these games over the past because they tired early. This is not surprising if the account of one such match is to be believed, in which the teams played for an hour and a half, adjourned for dinner, and then went at it again for another hour and a half. A year before the school's centenary, the Clongonian published a number of reminiscences of the gravel game from past pupils. The reports show great affection for the game and a sadness at its departure. That would be 1913. Matthew Byrne suggested that the nature of the surface may have accounted for some of the rules, as all tripping, catching, shoving, or otherwise assailing the person of an opponent was forbidden, and the ball alone was the subject of attack, and that only by kicking. Valentine Coppinger added that it was a very safe game that admitted of great skill in what was termed forcing. Darby Scully noted that the main rule of coming up fair was honoured more in the breach than the observance, but owned that it was a splendid game on a dry day, which could be played by a skillful boy of slight physical strength, or a master no longer young. Most of these masters, the teachers, were Jesuits and old Clongonians themselves, who would have known the game in their own school days. The editor concluded the piece with a short account of the demise of the game following the amalgamation with Tullabeg in 1886. St. Stanislaus College, Tullabeg, not far from Tullamore in County Offaly, was the second school founded by the Jesuits in Ireland and opened in 1818. Initially designed as a preparatory school for Clongowes, it had grown in strength through the century, and in particular following the arrival of Father William Delaney of National University fame. Delaney had seized the opportunity presented by the new intermediate certificate in 1878, what's now the leaving certificate, the terminal school exam, and Tullabeg began to excel academically. Clongowes, by contrast, continued to provide a more leisurely education for the sons of gentlemen in accordance with the old Jesuit ratio studiorum, with its emphasis on classical literature, oral as well as written skills, and extensive co-curricular activities, including drama, debating, and sport of various kinds. For various reasons, the Jesuits decided to merge Clongowes with Tullabeg in 1886, while the latter became a novitiate. Tullabeg added soccer, rowing, and skating to the handball and gravel of Clongowes, while cricket was played in both colleges. Skating was ice skating. They used to flood one of the pitches during the winter, allow it to freeze over. The years following the amalgamation saw the introduction of rugby, hockey, lacrosse, tennis, golf, athletics, and hurling, which last was played with little skill but considerable vigour. There were also regular long-distance walks, paper chases, and cycling, with tours around the locality and the construction of a bicycle track in 1888. The Stonyhurst Games suffered after the amalgamation, as the new boys favoured association football, for which grass pitches were laid out. Although the newcomers had played the same code of rules and numbered amongst them many fine exponents of the game, soccer was soon introduced, followed quickly by rugby. Soccer, being less severe on the grass, could be played when the ground was not too wet, and gravel was relegated to short play hours after breakfast and occasional very muddy days. Eventually, the only serious games played were the colour matches on St. Patrick's Day. So to conclude, the declining years of the game saw the up fair law discarded completely. and on the rare occasions when football was played on the gravel, it was a lawless scramble with a soccer ball where almost anything was allowed except carrying. Father Curran noted that the game had disappeared by the turn of the century to the regret of many. However, he acknowledged that, while it was an excellent way to absorb all the boys when numbers were small, the increased numbers in the school following amalgamation, with upwards of 100 boys in a line, one match for all could only mean one huge scrum. Father Curran's obituary was a little premature, as the Clongonian of 1897, 11 years after the amalgamation, noted that the royal game of gravel marked the beginning of the football season on October the 5th. However, this auspicious start was followed only by reports of rugby and association matches, save for a nod to the annual colours match the following March. And the slow death of the game may be traced through the pages of the school annual well into the new century and beyond the Great War. 1898 commenced hopefully with the aspiration that the need of material inducements to play the old game will no longer be felt. But the continued success of rugby and soccer was apparent. 4 years later, the Clongonian reported that the old game flourished as of yore, and the old playground, in all the grandeur of its new coat of gravel, saw many a hard-fought contest in the early hours of many a murky winter morning. The 1906 Clongonian only mentioned the game in passing on St. Patrick's Day, when it observed that little enthusiasm was shown in the gravel matches, and the game seemed to have lost the dressing room a year later, with the report reading, when, after very little play, the rain forced us to retire to the house, cheers rose from each line. Colours matches will soon be heard of no more, and few will mourn their passing. In 1908, this seeming demise was treated sadly in the editorial, which noted, "Gravel is departing," and that no matches were played on St. Patrick's Day. The author observed that those who played up at gravel when it was a great game at Clongowes will greatly regret that it is dying fast. In spite of this, false dawns reappeared intermittently, and the 1909 football season commenced with the famous gravel, while a reporter in 1914 wrote that gravel started today, and we had the usual glimpses of trousers minus knees and shirts muddied and torn. That year also saw what may have been the final colours match, although the teams were no longer red and green, purporting to represent instead Munster and Leinster. The last time the game was mentioned in dispatches was in 1924, in an essay reviewing the history of the school, which compared the manly game of gravel with the effeminate rugby. The youthful author noted that the strange but most strenuous game was played for the last time in 1920 and is now but a fast-fading tradition. And so, the end had come for the Stonyhurst game, which was both a creature and victim of its times. The last tenuous links were removed in 1973, when 9 all-weather tennis courts were laid out behind the school, and the remains of the gravel playing surface disappeared forever. There is talk of reviving the game as part of a rugby tournament, and the walls of the old school may yet echo once more to the cheers as the rector commences the game before retiring to cries of "Come up fair."
So I will be talking about colonial Bengal, the first province or the first place where the British imperial capital grew, and how sports was used to create a holistic education for the Bengali people. Historian David Arnold argues that colonialism used or attempted to use the body as a site for the construction of its own authority, legitimacy and control. Sports historian Brian Stodder mentions that it was certainly not through naked bureaucratic or military coercion that Britain was able to hold its vast imperial preserve for so long in India. At its numerical peak, the elite Indian civil service cadre contained only about 1,100 men, and for the most of the 1858 to 1947 period, the total was below 1,000. So Stodder believes that it was more than military power, it was cultural domination, which helped them to continue the ruling in India. Put in tries to say is that the empire was not only a product of economic, political and military ties, but was also maintained by sinews of cultural power. And like English education, sports was considered very, very important. This reminds one of Gramsci, whose ideas revolved around the concept of cultural hegemony, which he used to address the relation between culture and power under capitalism. Though we have no precise definition of cultural hegemony given by him, what comes closest is his often quoted characterization of hegemony as a spontaneous consent given by the great masses of population to the authority imposed on social life by the dominant fundamental groups. This consent is historically caused by the superiority which the dominant group enjoys because of its position and function in the world of production. In India, especially after the mutiny of 1857, several scientific and historical difference was constructed in order to utilize the cultural hegemony. Such ideas of imagined difference in particular reaffirmed the sense of Christianity not only as a faith to be shared with the world, but also had a political underpinning which tried to manifest Europe's superiority worldwide. These ideologies were mainly utilized after the traumatic experience of the revolt of 1857. Though the revolt was ruthlessly suppressed, it remained a watershed in the British Indian history. Not only the Indian rule passed from the company to the Queen, but also there were certain series of checks to the former reformatic policies. 8 years later, in 1865, a rising of former slaves took place at Moran Bay in Jamaica. Together, these two uprisings raised evaluative questions regarding the acceptance of the white man's burden in Britain. The mutiny reminded the British to consider afresh the way it represented itself as an imperial power. Francis Fanon, in his Wretched of the Earth, which came out in 1961, explores states encompassing encroachment on the psychology, culture, and politics of the colonized. Certain colonial fictions have always been created wherever the colonial regimes have persisted. Here, the natives, especially the Africans, the Indians, or the Arabs, were made to think that they had a criminal or an animal-like behavior. These colonial fictions are often affirmed through colonial policies. The present paper is mainly concerned with Bengal, the first province to witness and experience the rise of British Empire in India. The archival research presented here connects the field of sports with Western education in colonial Bengal and delves specifically into studying the role of government and government-aided school in diffusing modern sports in Bengal, to examine colonial impact on local population. The main aim is to ascertain the motives behind the introduction of sports by the British in the local education system. Echoing Macaulay's famous Minutes on Education of 1835, it is argued here that not only through English education, but also through games ethic, a class of people, Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, opinions, moral and intellect, was sought to be created. Sports education, then, appears as a part of civilizing mission, involving Bengali Indians in new activities and thought processes, maybe to distract them from any other ambitions of fresh rebellion, especially after the event of 1857. The concept of athleticism, which was so prevalent in the English public school, may be interpreted differently. To go with the shorter Oxford Dictionary, it is simply the practice of and devotion to athletic exercise. Cyril Norwood rightly defined athleticism, the definition of which is accepted in this project. To him, athleticism was a part of the ideal of English education tradition. He saw the latter as an attempt to implant certain ideals of character and conduct through the game's field. A game is to be played for the game's sake. No unfair advantage of any sort can be ever taken. Within the rules, no mercy is to be expected or accepted or shown. What is interesting is that, on one hand, athleticism was used by the British to be perfect ruler of the colonies, while on the other hand, sports were used as a weapon to make the natives worthy feudatories of the Raj. Like English education, British game were an equal attempt of indirect rule in India and also in Bengal. The paper considers 1880s significant. After 1858, annual presentation of Indian financial statements and of country's moral and material progress were seen as a part of the routine. Reason behind educational progress and changes were the emergence of Gladstonian liberalism in the British political life. Within them, a group abhorred imperialism and all forms of autocratic rule. The Secretary of State had to project an image of the Raj as progressive and reforming, if they had to keep the parliamentary confidence. Criticism and meticulous queries regarding India came from the Liberals and Irish Home Rule League benches, where the MPs were eager to expose an Indian injustice or administrative aberration. Thus, education became an important space through which progress could be shown. Through physical education and sports in schools and colleges, the British got an opportunity to display their benevolence as they tried to make the Bengalis healthy. Hence, it occupied an important place in the school's curriculum. In 1855, there were 47 schools in Bengal. In 1882, this increased to 209, and further in 1902, it increased to 1481. In the same year, there were roughly 12,000 pupils taught by 12,000 teachers. 25,000 pupils taught by 12,000 teachers. Education was often made subservient to the needs and demands of the ruling class. The education system in the colonial Bengal was aimed at creating clerks and men of other subordinate position that helped them to reduce the cost of administration. This became the prime motive behind the facade of moral and intellectual progress of the Indian people at large. This aimed at transforming the entire education system and was not confined to English language only. It encompassed the transformation of the entire system of education, resulting in a new system, one that had not been there in the pre-colonial age. A mass schooling gradually became the norm in the 19th century, and most of the schools considered physical education very important. Various schools and colleges of the model of public school system of Eton and Harrow was established in India in 1870s and 1880s. Various sports like cricket and football came to be utilized in India. But what is interesting is that in Bengal, there was no public school. Hence, what J.A. Magdon has already worked for Rajkot School or Mayo School will not be utilized in Bengal. The paper tries to argue that physical education and sports were used as a medium to establish indirect hegemony over the Bengali subjects, and it was used as a form of power a disciplined Bengali race which in turn will be loyal to the Raj. The concept of power and power knowledge received prominence in Foucault's work of Discipline and Punish and the history of sexuality. It has been argued that physical education in Bengal was used as a form of power beneath the facade of discipline. It is a new form of power which infiltrated the very body and psyche of the individual, which in turn transformed the life and time of individual. Foucault discusses about the change in the form of punishment and function of the prison. Influencing one's psyche, personality, consciousness was the work of this new kind of power. The development of discipline was a product of this power, and this new form of power was utilized by these schools. Interestingly, most of the documents of physical instruction is found under the title of moral training. These documents validate that physical education, sports, gymnastics were imperial initiatives to increase the moral values of the natives, which will help them to fulfill their imperial motives. As mentioned before, that we will accept the theory of Foucault over here, there was a change in the form of punishment and function. The chapter adopts the theory of Foucault that the shift of focus from the body as immediate and direct target of exercise of power was veered from the body to the soul. In order to change this system, the administrators tried to use physical education and sports as a way to increase the discipline. The archives in Bengal are replete with documents regarding the spread of physical education, drill, sports in Bengal, which was previously untapped by the other sports historians in India. In 1888, a British administrators who, at various times off and on, worked as direct officer and as a secretary to the government rights, there has been an unmistakable indicator of the growth of a spirit of insubordination, disregard for the authority among the native schoolboys and students of colleges. Complaints were made by official and private individuals of specific breaches of good manner. Certain events, however, occurred in Bengal in 1883 and 1884, as mentioned by him, which seemed to have a permanent effect on the minds of the British administrators of Bengal. Towards the end of 1883, certain disturbance in Dhaka College, in which schoolboys and students were characterized by the Commission of the Dhaka Division as symptoms of a wide and deeply seated evil, where Edgar went on to connect them with complaints constantly made by native gentlemen of the growing insubordination of the boys of the rising generation. A similar event occurred in Presidency College, Calcutta, which led to the suspension of an entire class. As a remedy to these actions, moral training through physical exercise, religious trainings were considered important. In the next part, we will read about what were the governmental policies regarding sports and physical education. The British administrators in Bengal wanted to make the natives disciplined through physical education and sports. Through this particular culture of sports, a hegemony was created and a group of loyalists were produced who would act as a comparator class. The British realized that such a group was needed for the smooth functioning of the empire. Physical fitness, at least in the 19th century, was perhaps secondary for the Bengalis, as the British never recruited them as sepoys, as they were never considered manly enough to be a part of the imperial army. The martial race theory considered groups like the Sikhs, the Gurkhas and the Pathans of having the right qualities of producing soldiers. The Bengalis, who mainly ended up being a clerk, had to be disciplined and learn to accept orders without questioning their higher authorities. This might be the reason why most of the reports on physical education formed part of moral training along with religious teachings. A letter on the government of Bengal is very significant. It says, as Bengalis won't go in for physical games, something in the way of drill should be made compulsory. The subject of promoting physical training and developing an interest in sports was not a cakewalk, neither a linear development. This was not only in case of Bengal, but also in other parts of India. For example, in Kashmir, a missionary, a person of a missionary school in Kashmir tried to introduce the game of football and persuaded boys to play them. But what was the reaction of those students? They said, kick a ball made from the skin of cow? Never. The situation was more difficult in Bengal. The principal of Patna College reports that the gymnastic classes of the college were abolished some 3 years ago. A gymnastic class was opened here in 1873, and the classes continued till 1885, when all the apparatus which were out of doors became rotten and useless. A little gymnastic exercise continued to be done though, chiefly drill exercises, but still the student looked on the work as somewhat a very disagreeable task, and the entrance school student applied for special exemptions. The gymnastic department there had lingered for some time, and then it was given up. The most extreme case took place when the gymnastic teacher became the head clerk of the college. In Hooghly, the average attendance had dwindled from 25 in 1880 to 18 in 87. The class has been in existence though, but there has been no mention of cricket club in connection with either of these colleges. At another place called Krishnagur, the average attendance for the last 2 years has been 35. The cricket club seems to be flourishing here, but since 1883 it remained in a state of eclipse, with no notice of the existence or help from the government. The gymnastic classes in Calcutta Madrasa was opened in 1873. Its average attendance was 23. The sporting club had collapsed owing apparently to the fact that the students preferred to live on the charity of others instead of fulfilling their own obligations. Every school and college was to be looked upon as a community center where proper arrangement would be made for the benefit of everybody in the locality. As mentioned before, along with intellectual training, several initiatives were taken to promote physical and moral well-being, even when they were not accepted by the natives properly. In Bombay and central provinces, especially, gymnastics and drills have been introduced as part of school routines and were taught gymnastics and it was made compulsory. But in Bengal, students were often encouraged to take part in athletic competitions as well, and successful candidates were rewarded. The other initiatives taken by the government was to introduce inter-school competition, the introduction of playground and gymnasia in the immediate vicinity of school and colleges, the introduction of marks and prizes for increasing the efficiency in gymnastics. In 1890, government ordered that when a schoolboy was not making use of the available opportunities of the physical drill, it should be made compulsory in all government and aided schools. An indigenous drill book called Desi Kasrat were prepared at the initiative of the government in the central provinces, but even with much effort, apart from few government and missionary schools, the practice of gymnastics was not regarded seriously. Several measures were taken to contribute towards the salary of physical directors, those of who were recruited from America by YMCA of Kolkata. The conclusion was that if the experiment proved to be success, the question of recruiting one or more such officers for government service will be considered. The government also tried to help the schools financially. Like at Dhaka, which was the Dhaka University, which was at that point of time a leading college in athletics, the gymnastic apparatus was erected at the cost of 1,260 rupees. It was again restored in 1881. The cricket and lawn tennis club received an annual government grant of rupees 100, and an admission fee is charged of rupees 1 to the students and rupee 2 to outsiders. The Krishnapur College Cricket Club used to receive rupees 50, which was a lot at that time in Calcutta. The Hartung Committee, which was another education committee, in its report writes that from 1970 and 1927, education made a considerable progress. And during this time, in this intellectual ambience of progress, it was realized that physical strength should also be given necessary importance. Hence, on 15th February 1929, the Legislative Assembly finally took the resolution of making physical training, games and drills compulsory in all the education institutes in British India, and hence also in Kolkata. The following measures were adopted by the Legislative Assembly. This Assembly recommends to the Government General in Council that, with a view to remove the defects of the character training of Indian youth, as emphasized by the Scheme Committee, steps should be taken as early as possible to provide compulsory physical training, games and drills. And students of ages between 12 and 20, they should also be encouraged to use miniature rifle range. What was the reaction of the natives towards these sports and physical education? Now, at this point of time, the natives realized that they had to grab job opportunities from the imperial Raj. The young Bengalis had to learn the language of the Raj. This ambition made the natives take admission in English medium schools. They realized to shut their windows upon the outer world would be to repeat the mistake which they previously committed. Hence, the Bhadraloks, that is the Bengali gentlemen, which was an open status group, tried to adopt this Western culture. And hence, they also realized the importance of physical education, drill and games. A very respectable person, Surendranath Banerjee of Indian Association, writes in a letter to the government of Bengal that they agrees that the future of the nation depends on the youth, and thus they fully support the government in making school education a fitter and fuller training of public duties. The reports received from various local governments or representatives of the Secretary of the Government of India validates that the natives in the course of time realized the importance of these trainings. In 1889, in a letter from P. Lonal, who held an important post in administrative section, writes, "The introduction and development of European education have worked in many ways for the good of the natives of India, tending certainly to strengthen their characters. Such qualities such as truthfulness, honesty, independence and moral courage has become important." Baba Guru Prasad Sen, Secretary to the Bihar Landholders Association, and Babu Surendranath Banerjee, Honorary Secretary of the India Association, accepted the policy of physical education but tried to give a nationalistic flavor. What they said that opening playgrounds and gymnasia in connection with school is important, no doubt. But there are a large number of indigenous akras which should also be given encouragement. Though both games and physical education were spread by British, modern sports became much more popular among the young students due to the very character of the sports. The Bengal administrative reports of 1893 to 94 mention that the development of outdoor games among the schoolboys in Bengal was well accepted. The schools and college magazines were replete with sporting news which itself shows the popularity of the Western games. Though Western sports became very popular among the native youths, the English characteristic, that is the ethics of the game, kept missing in it. This was considered as a drawback. The report on public instruction in Bengal from 1908 to 9 writes, the very success of the advocate of the manly games has brought with it ill tendencies which needs to be resisted. Mr. Preston, who held a very important post in the government or the administration, writes, games are to be a cunning weapon in our hand for molding the characters. But if the weapon turns out double-edged and harm the character instead of forming it all right, the advocacy of games takes an altogether a more dubious completion. Mr. Preston's prophecy turned out to be successful when nationalism got infused with sports. Sports became a field for natives to challenge imperial hegemony, the very task which introduced sports to the natives. The natives adopted the British games but adapted it according to their convenience. Hence, as football ground became a manifestation of communal, national and regional struggle, and the Englishness was lost. The natives indigenized it according to their own culture, and the color of nationalism was added to it. Thank you.
Hello. So today I will show you what I believe were the three main forces shaping the development of sport within Dublin elite school in the 19th century. So I am currently studying sport in Dublin at the time, and the researches I've made so far led me to believe that structural developments was the main reason behind this. Plainly speaking, the modernization of Irish society was reflected within schools and its games. Regardless of any other reason, this is the single most important one. Then, one should also look at boys, girls, teachers, and their love of play as another reason explaining the evolution of games within schools. Finally, a mitigating factor appeared to have been schools and headmasters themselves who ran an academic rather than sporting agenda. So now before we go on, let's see what we are talking about. I have mainly been analyzing 6 schools for that paper, either through school magazines, school histories, or archives. The schools differ in sex, religion, location, and whether they were boarding or not. However, they were all secondary, fee-paying, and middle or upper-class schools. In all their differences, they share the same ethos and ambitions of forming the children of wealthy Dubliners either to university or to civil, military, or imperial service. As for physical activity, 3 main forms appeared in Dublin schools at the time. At first were traditional games, ever present, certainly declining, but never disappearing. Skittles were played in Blackrock College in the 1860s. Gravel football well into the 1880s at Castleknock College. There were, in the late 1890s, at athletic meetings, still sack races and wheelbarrow races. But of all of them traditional activities, handball was the most important one. Boys just loved handball, and pretty much every single boys' school in Dublin would have a ball alley, and most of the time more than one. Then came gymnastics, drill, and calisthenics. In Dublin schools, they can be traced back to the mid-1820s. And thereafter, they became a part of the curriculum all along the century. The inspiration behind gymnastics was clearly continental, and the first instructors in Dublin were French and Swiss. Thereafter, British or Irish instructors took on the relay, but the continental style of drilling remained. At the turn of the 20th century, for example, at Belvedere College, the classes were given according to the precepts of Ling, the Swedish educationalist. And finally came modern sports, modern games. Usually developed in England and imported in Ireland, most of the time through Trinity College. The sport I mean here are cricket, rugby, athletics, and hockey. It is difficult to pinpoint exactly when they appeared in the city, but what is sure is that a great takeoff happened from the 1860s onwards with cricket initially, and then from the 1870s onward with rugby. The sport became highly popular in Dublin and in Dublin schools, and by the late 1890s, there was a vibrant school sporting scene in Dublin. There was a senior schools rugby club created in 1887, and there were inter-school games in cricket, in hockey, etc., etc. Now, the first and most important force shaping physical education at school were societal developments. Sport had become an important part of life generally, and this was reflected in boys' education. At first, we observed a growing alignment of the city's upper classes on British morals and values. After the passing of the Act of Union in 1800, Protestant Ireland largely embraced the idea of an imperial United Kingdom and the role within it. But many of the wealthy Catholics did so too. They were upwardly mobile, and they found themselves at ease in the new order. They were sending their son and daughter to prestigious school, either in Dublin, the rest of Ireland, or even sometimes in England, and they would also incite them to follow a professional or military career. As a result, habits of the British middle classes were imitated in Ireland by the Irish middle classes. And Dublin School reproduced what was then taking place in the most prestigious English public schools. Games were taking an increasing importance there, and so they did in Dublin. Meanwhile, more generally in Ireland, the world of leisure was undertaking tremendous changes. Until the 1850s, modern sport had been confined to the upper class, members of youth and hunting clubs, to officers, and to students of Dublin University. But from the 1860s onwards, social barriers were progressively broken as the middle classes, and so the schools that we've been analyzing today, started to take on modern sports. From the late 1870s onwards, it was the turn of the lower middle class and the working classes to enter this world of modern sport. The transition was fueled by a rise in living standards, a high literacy level, a modern transport network, a more egalitarian society, as well as modern capitalism and conspicuous consumption. By the turn of the 20th century, every single male individual in Dublin had the right and the means either to watch or to take part in some sort of codified sport. And the growth was just staggering. In 1850, I recorded less than 10 cricket teams in Dublin. In 1874, according to Dr. Sean Reid, who wrote a thesis on cricket in Ireland, in 1874, there were more than 130 teams in Dublin in cricket. It's a 13-fold increase in 25 years' time. For my own data, in 1901, I counted at least 140 clubs, either playing cricket or a brand of football, Gaelic, rugby, or association. This is a double from 1880. So what happened was an exponential increase of modern sport in the second part of the 19th century in Dublin. And all generations were concerned. Children were also being looked after. In the 1870s, for example, communities around the middle class parks of Marion Square, Monroe Square, Mount Pleasant, or Dalkey were organized athletic fetes for children of the local community. So the modernization of Irish society and its integration into the wider United Kingdom meant that Dublin elite schools had little choice but to fit the model being laid down in front of them. The question whether to accept or not modern sports was not debated, since sport was everywhere and the hallmark of a society believing to be socially and culturally advanced, late Victorian Britain. The pressure to adapt was felt by headmasters to be true. The French fathers of Blackrock College was founded by French fathers, and for the first few years they imported with them their own tradition from France, the French uniform and a focus on drill and calisthenics. But under pressure from the parents, they had to give that up and to adapt themselves to what was going on elsewhere in the city, introducing modern games, changing the uniform, etc., etc. It is also striking that new fashions in society at large were quickly adopted by students. Within 15 years of the very first tennis racket sold in the city, there were tennis courts in at least 5 of the 6 schools that I've been mentioning today. Later on, in the 1890s, the students of St. Columba's College, they made their own golf tournament. In 1903, the girls from Alexandra College were talking about introducing rounders, basketball, and golf within the school. And I'll finish with a last example from Blackrock College, where Father Ebenwright at Blackrock College was not the headmaster, but he was the next best thing. He was a Frenchman from Alsace, not too keen on modern sports, but he still laid on an expensive bicycle track because his logic was that since bicycle is part of life, then it must be part of a boy's education. So schools were clearly not insulated from the influence of broader society, and the games played there in schools simply reflected what wasn't played outside of their walls. All these changes were implemented within schools with the active consent of students. Most of them loved to play and needed little incentive to do so. There is plenty of evidence showing this. One from St. Andrew's College in the late 1890s from Bethel Solomons, and this is what he remembers. I did fairly well at lessons, but I'm afraid rugby was my real joy. Elsewhere, one girl from Alexandra College remembers how much she enjoyed to play hockey when she was there. We were all very keen in those days and needed no persuasion to turn out in all weathers for practice. And a match of any sort was a source of pure joy and intense excitement. Now, it seems that this love for play was made up of 2 strands: the innocent pleasure taken while playing, and also the prestige associated with sport. As hinted previously, boys love to play, and in many cases in Dublin schools, the impetus came from them to organize sport and to play. There is an example at the King's Hospital and at the high school of boys going to the headmaster or to the board of members, asking for a cricket ground to be laid down for them, asking for £10 to buy some cricket gear, or even asking for the handball court to be renovated. This came from the boys. I have a more telling anecdote about that, and it takes place in September 1869 at King's Hospital. The school decided to have some athletic sports. It went very well. But the funny part is, if you go to the King's Hospital now, you could find a record book of attendance, and it shows that in the weeks leading up to the sports and in the weeks after the sports, the daily average number of kids being sick was around 4. Now, the week of the sports, that number was down to 1 only on average. So this really shows that boys and girls enjoy to play, and certainly doesn't show a top-down policy of enforced participation in games. We can also remark that some of the teaching staff was genuinely enthusiastic about sport. At St. Columba's College, teachers were playing with the kids cricket. If you needed to make up the number, they would just jump in and play with them. Michael Cusack, for one, at Blackrock College, used to play cricket, and then when he had his own academy, he played rugby and hurling with his boys. We can also mention the fact that the Irish Hockey Union and the Irish Ladies Hockey Union was a brainchild of teachers from King's Hospital, High School and Alexandra College. So all of these betray from the teacher as well a passion for sport and games that went beyond the idea of just providing physical education to youngsters. Status was also given to sportsmen. It is difficult to assess fame as a feel-good factor, but certainly played a role in valorizing students through sports. At Blackrock College, for example, to be part of the starting 15 in football meant less class and more training, to the regret of masters. At St. Columba's College or King's Hospital, the cricket 11 and the football 15 would be photographed, and the name of the player would be written on the wall of the corridors of the school. But we cannot also rule out the power of local supremacy as a driving force behind inter-school games. Parochialism was never far off the surface in such games, and again the example comes from Father Ebenwright at Blackrock. I don't think Father Ebenwright was a big fan of rugby, but when Blackrock won the Senior Schools Cup for the third time in 1890, he was delighted. He was delighted for the boys, he was happy for his school. But for him, the icing on the cake was when he learned of the sorry face of the club secretary who cheered against Blackrock all afternoon. This was what he liked about it. We have a similar example from the high school, with a student writing in the school magazine the exact same thing. That's what you have in here, I will read it for you. Football is, therefore, the outlet for school rivalries, the taste of school superiority. Headmasters may study the intermediate pass list and the tabulation in the Freeman's Journal, and invent plans for getting their school first of all schools in Ireland. But boys, as a rule, will still consider that their superiority over the imperial academical institution or St. Somebody's College lies in their victory of half a dozen goals and tries over them in the last match. Games for game's sake is here what I mean. As simple as it might look, it was a powerful reason why modern sports were adopted and developed within Irish schools. Finally, the last factor I want to deal with today had to do with schools. It had to do with headmasters and their moderating role. It is the idea that sport was not the alpha and omega of school life, and I want to replace it in its true position. It was an adjunct to the academic curriculum, alongside other cultural pursuits. As in school life, there were brass bands, theatrical plays, photographic clubs, carpentry workshops. It was not only sports, and of course there were studies. Schools had to strike the right note between providing an attractive atmosphere for students, ensuring academic success, and balancing the books. And this was no easy task, and usually priority was not given to sporting matters. The passing of the 1878 Intermediate Education Act is quite important in that regard. It introduced compulsory examination before admission to university, and then schools could be rated according to their passing rates. And believe me, the schools who top the ranking would advertise it. This is Cusack's Academy and Blackrock College, two of the schools who would be really present in the sporting scene, yet they emphasize their academic success rather than sporting success, in order to get more students. It was that act was also important because public funding was given according to academic success. And these grants were not insignificant. For a school like high school, for example, it was around 20% of their income in the 1890s. As a matter of fact, financial matters here seem to have been another important element in slowing down the development of sport at school. It is true that a huge outlay of money was initially made in order to lay down ground, but once this was done, direct contribution to sport was minimal. It was usually only the salary of a drill instructor, and still, if you could cut his salary or even get rid of him altogether, such as a high school and King's Hospital, you would do it in order to save and to have less expenses. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about and how direct contribution to sport was minimal, at the high school, the average income in the early 1890s was £2,500 per year. Yet, the maximal amount of money directly given to sports that I found was £85 per year. This included £45 for a drill instructor. That's around 4% of the budget. At Alexandria College, average income in the early 1890s was more than £5,000 per year. Yet, in the 15 years between 1890 and 1905, only £90 were given to the hockey and tennis clubs. So the bulk of the financement of sport at school came to clubs. And the day-to-day running of sport also fell on the clubs. Overall, their income was too small for long-term planning or for large projects. They relied mainly on member subscription, as well as regular donation from old boys and from sympathetic masters, which did not bring a lot anyway. Here are the incomes of Saint Colombar, and you can see that the cricket club had an income higher than the combined income from the racket, tennis, rugby, and athletic clubs. And yet, in the 1880s and 1890s, they were not able to hire a professional cricketer for 3 months every summer. We have a similar story from high school, where it was remarked that the tennis club was pretty much the only one able to pay its way. So to conclude, I hope this paper has clarified what were the trends behind sport in elite schools in Dublin in the 19th century. While gymnastics and traditional games remained a substantial part of physical education, it is right to say that they gave way to modern sports, and especially cricket and rugby from the 1860s onwards. Schools imitated what was going on in similar establishments in Britain, but also in society as a whole, to the great joy of boys and girls alike. The building of grounds and adoption of new sports reflected what happened elsewhere in the city. Through the modernization of society, folk games have been transformed into modern sport in an unprecedented way in 19th century Ireland. The development of sport in Dublin elite schools was mainly a consequence of this evolution. However, this has to be put into context. It was not pursued at all costs and gave way to academic and budgetary issues. Schools were after all forming students and not athletes. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian. That was excellent. Any questions? Yes, Conor.
Julia, I'm just interested in your experience. Is there any appearance of like a north-south divide as there is possible to identify today within Dublin during this era?
No. These were middle and upper middle class schools.
Okay.
So there were no such debate. Actually, there was some debate in the case of St. Andrew's College. It was a Presbyterian school created in the 1890s, and the idea was to establish it on the north side of the Liffey, because on the south side you had Sandymount Institution, already Presbyterian, so you would share, like let's say the Presbyterian of the north would go to St. Andrews, those from the south in Sandymount. And for whatever reason they had to settle for St. Stephen Green. So those people from Sandymount were not quite happy with that, because then you have the same catchment area for two establishments.
Just wondering, how is this development in Dublin reflected in Belfast? Have you used Belfast thing as a comparison, or any of the other regional areas?
No, I did not. But the school scene in Belfast developed a bit earlier than in Dublin. There was a Rugby Schools Cup in Ulster. Was
Thank you very much for giving me time to talk about the Reverend Kenneth Hunt, who is the author of this book, this one published in 1920, Association Football, and who was a prolific giver of advice about football to I think mainly an audience he was addressing of schoolboys in the period from round about the time of the First World War on until the 1930s. It is difficult to estimate his influence as a coach, but probably there were few people who wrote so sort of at such length on the subject of how to improve your game. Now, Hunt was the author of this book. He was, it's not a very good reproduction of the cover, it's rather faded. It was in a series that was published by C. Arthur Pearson, who were a kind of popular publishers of the period, and sold in, we can assume, I think, sold in large numbers, as did some of his other books. But I want to talk about Hunt, that's a vague representation of him in the colours of his club, Wolverhampton Wanderers. And we'll talk a little bit about Hunt and a little bit about his influence, which I think was probably surprisingly large as a sort of advisor and coach in football, and talk about why that might have been the case. Okay. Well, imagine you're at what they would have called a sportsman's service in England, certainly just before the First World War. And there are quite a lot of these, because the churches generally knew that sport was one way of attracting more people than usual to come listen to a sermon. And this is an extract this is actually from a report of a sermon which was given by the Reverend Kenneth Hunt at a service in Hanley, Stoke-on-Trent, in 1912. When he was really, I suppose, at the height of his fame as a footballer. And you can see the kind of thing that comes through here. If you read the reports of this sermon, he's saying things like there are two clubs trying to sign you, basically. There's the club that's owned by God, and there's the club that's owned by the devil, right? And he makes it quite clear which one you should sign for. But he also makes up statements in these, in his sermon here and in his writing generally, about the moral value. We've heard a little bit about this already, about the moral and spiritual value of sport, which as far as he's concerned, infuses football, soccer, and infuses his writing about it, and is in itself a kind of reason for playing and enthusing about the game. I assume you're actively or passively interested in the great winter pastime of football. Think of all the lessons that could be learned from the game. Self-discipline, self-control, unselfishness, love of fair play, pluck, keenness, and many other virtues. They were lessons that every man should apply daily. And what I'm going to suggest is that this is a kind of consistent theme through all his work through all his writing about football. So I'll say a little bit about Hunt to begin with. He, in his time, was a very famous footballer. One way in which you can judge whether somebody's a famous footballer before the First World War, and probably on into the 1920s and 30s, is by looking to see if he features on a cigarette card. And here he is, the Reverend K.R.G. Hunt, playing for Leighton Football Club, not Leighton Orient's, different club, who were playing in the Southern League in 1909-1910, and he's there alongside, well, that's Needham, I think, of Sheffield United. He was a very famous player and a Chelsea player there. So he was considered to be, one of the star players of his time. Perhaps his reputation was slightly inflated by some people, but nonetheless, it was a source of authority that he was a noted player of his time, and that gives us his work a kind of impact that perhaps other people have denied, a wider impact. The other thing about him as a source of authority, of course, is that he has a dog collar on, that he's a cleric. And there's a great deal of, that's a portrait from his school magazine, there's a great deal of moral authority comes through his writing about football, and is given greater impact, I think, because of that as well. And I'll talk about both those things as we go along. So let's talk about how he became famous and a little bit about his background. He was born in the 1880s He's the son of a clergyman himself, an Anglican clergyman, and he grows up in Wolverhampton, which is, for those of you who don't know, is a very, at that time certainly a big industrial town based largely on steelworks and typical kind of what we would say black country industries, coal and steel in the English Midlands, in the West Midlands. His father was the vicar of Church St Mark's in Wolverhampton. And at first he sent his son Kenneth to the local grammar school, and then when he was about 17 or 18 he sent him for a year. It's almost like a kind of attempt to finish him off, as his schooling off by making him into a kind of gentleman on the cheap, really. He sent him to what we would call a minor public school, or I should preface public school always by saying English public school, because as we know English public schools are neither public nor and not very public. They tend to be for rather wealthy places, or places for the sons of the wealthy. And he goes to Trent College near Nottingham, and while he's there he starts to make a reputation as a footballer. Well, he had apparently done this when he was at the grammar school in Wolverhampton, but we can't really authenticate that very well. But he's very, very taken with Wolverhampton Wanderers, then a club in the English second division, but a notable professional club. And he says in various articles he writes for newspapers, because he's quite a prolific contributor to newspapers as well through syndicated columns later on. He says, well, I dreamed, I suppose this is also a source of authority if you're writing for boys, that you could think a bit like them. I dreamed that I could play for the Wolves, put on the famous old gold colours, as it were. And while he was still at school, he was kind of approached by Wolves, and he did start playing for their reserves, and he eventually got into their first team around about 1907. But he did start to, he made his first impact. It was like a dream come true, I guess, for a boy to play for his favourite and local professional club when he was quite young. He went on to Oxford, which is this could be called making of star football. It could be called also the making of an English gentleman, really. He goes on to Oxford University. He gets a blue. He plays for Oxford University against Cambridge for 4 seasons in succession. He goes on and plays for Corinthians, their football club, the famous amateur club, the sort of uber amateur club, really, of England in the early 20th century. And he plays for them for a number of years. And he also plays in the British Olympic team and wins an Olympic gold medal in 1908 in the London Games, and he plays for the Olympic team right on till he appears again in 1920 actually at Antwerp. But what really counts, what really is the heart, there he is at Oxford, a very sort of typical picture of Oxford gentleman. Here he is. This is really why he's famous, because in 1908, when he was about 21, 22, he plays in the team that wins the FA Cup. Wolverhampton Wanderers versus Newcastle United in the 1908 Cup final. Don't know actually what the attendance was, but by that time probably somewhere in the region of 70,000-80,000. So it's a big, big game. It's a huge cultural occasion in popular culture in England by that time. Winning the FA Cup was quite something. And here he is. These are 2 postcards that were produced in Wolverhampton at the time to celebrate the great victory. Wolves were not favoured at all. Newcastle were the red-hot favourites, but Wolves won 3-1. And in fact, Hunt, who's pictured here, scores the first goal. Very interesting picture, because there's the Wolves team of 1908. The only one that's got his Christian name, or his first name, there, Kenneth Hunt. The others, they're just mentioned by their surnames, their family names. And that's an indication that he's a bit different to the others. He's different in lots of ways, really. He's different, though, because he's an amateur, and they're all professionals. He always plays as an amateur, because gentlemen play as amateurs. It's a kind of sociological definition anyway. So even though he's good enough to play with a team that could win one of the premier trophies in English football, he is an amateur playing amongst professionals, amongst guys usually from a working class background. I mean, most of these people that are locally recruited would have been people who'd been, literally sort of pulled out of the coal mines or steelworks in and around Wolverhampton to play for the local club. This simply is another card referring to Wolves' triumph that was produced at the time by some local printer or stationer. Some very corny joke about it's a shame to pull this new castle down, but it's not the first that's been built in the air. So there you are. So that says it. So he becomes famous. 1908 is a great year for him. He wins his Olympic medal in 1908 and Wolves win the FA Cup. He's played for Oxford University, so his gentlemanly credentials are very much intact, and he goes on to carry on playing for Wolves for a season or two, and then he takes up a job somewhere else, and we'll talk about this now. Okay, so he's a schoolboy hero. He plays for his local professional club. He's got an England amateur cap already by 1908. I think he gets one in 1907. Then he goes on and plays twice for the English full international side. So he's got the biggest honour the game can give you. He plays against Wales and against Scotland in 1911. So he is really, one of the top players in the game in that period just before the First World War. And he continues to play. It's kind of interesting because there's a big split in the English game between 1907 and 14. The rather posh gentlemanly clubs go off on their own and form the Amateur Football Association because they think the Football Association is being taken over too much by commercial interests. But he doesn't go with them. He carries on playing with the professionals and semi-professionals. He doesn't play for Wolves at that point. He's playing for Leighton in the Southern League, and he's playing for eventually for Crystal Palace, which he continues to do on and off through into the 1920s. But he's an amateur, so he can play for who he likes as far as he's concerned. He's playing for the Corinthians as well through this period. So he's picking and choosing. You see he plays for Oxford City, another quite major amateur team of the period. But alongside that, that's one source of his authority, if you like, as a writer on football. Alongside that is this other source of authority. He takes up a job in 1908 when he leaves Oxford at a public school, Highgate School in North London. Not the poshest, but pretty posh. And he stays there, in fact, until 1946. He's a housemaster, he's a school chaplain, he teaches divinity, not in a very interesting way by all accounts, and he teaches games. So, he's not a great intellectual, he doesn't think massively, he's no great sort of innovator in terms of education, but he's a public school master. It's very befitting somebody with his background, that sort of profession. And it's quite interesting, he's at Highgate. Probably through his influence, I think. They resist, Highgate's one of the public schools that resists the rush to rugby, as it's called, after the First World War, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. And while he's there, he starts writing. And he starts writing for, appropriately, the boys' own paper, which was quite widely circulated weekly, which was published by the Religious Tract Society. So they're very keen to have somebody there who's got his moral and spiritual authority, if you like, as well, writing about sport for boys. And he starts to write in 1915, 1916 for them, usually a little column, well, it's what is called something like how to be a star footballer or something. And then there's the one in the early 1920s, which is in the form of letters addressed to the captain of a school football team. And he also, on top of that, he writes Association Football in 1920, First Steps to Association Football in 1924, which went into 2 editions and was certainly read as far away as Japan, because a PhD student of mine discovered that it was some Japanese football in the 1920s, so it was a very influential book as far as he was concerned. And then finally, an interesting one called Football, How to Succeed in 1932. So he's somebody that can reach an audience. Publishers like it. Pearson's, who published certainly Association Football, were in the business of making big money, and they were looking for somebody who could reach a wide audience, and so Hunt fits that category quite well. So, okay, this gave him some kind of influence as a coach, but his coaching activities, as far as we know, were largely confined to those that he could fit in with his duties as a schoolmaster. So they're mainly concerned coaching the boys at Highgate, occasionally coaching other clubs. The old boys team, the old Cholmelians, I think they're called, or actually old Chumblians, it's one of those things that's spelt in one of those peculiar ways you don't know how to say it. I think they call themselves old Chumblians or something at Highgate. And he coaches occasionally in other ways. He's involved though in he's obviously quite highly regarded, or he has friends in high places anyway. Because when the FA, the Football Association of England, take up coaching seriously under the sort of modernising influence of Stanley Rouse in the 1930s when he becomes secretary, they're still using Hunt as a kind of still regarded as a major influence on coaching. I mean, just to sort of underline the idea that he was influential. I mean, this is a not particularly attractive looking pamphlet, Football How to Succeed, by the Reverend K.R.G. Hunt, schoolmaster or housemaster, Highgate School, English international, cup final medalist, Oxford University Blue, Corinthians, etc., etc. There's his credentials set out, footballing credentials. And again, they're using him here. This is from, I think it's from one of the London evening papers, around about 1935. Reverend Hunt, English international, Corinthian, winner of English Cup medal with Wolverhampton Wanderers. This is like nearly 30 years after he's won his FA Cup medal. Acting as advisor in the making of the FA instructional film studies in style, watching Gardner, the Aston Villa halfback, well, with his amazingly long throwing. So he's kind of, you know, he's very much in on that sort of early phase. He's regarded as a well-known figure in the world of football coaching. So let's kind of investigate why that should be. Well, I think I just want to say, I've divided the rest of my talk into there's three key themes here really about Hunt, because I wanted to keep it fairly brisk. Well, first thing is about his ability to address a wide audience. Now mainly I think when you read Hunt, it's very much like, you're very conscious that he's addressing an audience that's mainly boys at public schools. He's very kind of, you can imagine it's sometimes written in a kind of conversational style almost, that it's a form of, it's addressed to sort of the boys that he's teaching at Highgate and people like them. And so he's addressing a pretty middle class audience of schoolboys really. But the boy's own paper and his books on coaching probably reached a much wider audience, because football clearly was very much, you know, a working class game in England by the 1920s when he's writing. So he has to develop a kind of awareness of a wider audience, and you can see him doing this quite consciously at times in his writing. And if you take, you know, what I've put on the far side of the board there, this is the example from How to Become a Football Star, which he wrote for the Boys' Own paper in 1916. And he says, but perhaps the most valuable practice which a boy can get is to take a tennis ball onto an old fives court. The Eton court, unfortunately, is almost useless owing to the step. But any court of 3 plain walls with no step will serve. Well, actually, if you just take that bit plainly, he's, without thinking about it, he's clearly lost any kind of working class audience that he might possibly aspire to address, because very few boys would have any idea what a fives court was or what fives was. Anyone know? I don't. It's kind of a game of squash played with your hand, isn't it, really, without a racket. And it's a public school game. And let alone what an Eton fives court is, very different to a rugby fives court, for example, because it's got a buttress apparently or a step. So you can't practice football in an Eton fives court. It's not suitable because it's got this awkward step in the way. So in fact he says, well, you know, yeah, but he sort of checks himself as he's writing this, and he says, yeah, oh, of course, but some of you probably don't know what this is. And he says, well, of course, if you've just got a schoolyard with 3 walls, you can do exactly the same thing. You can teach yourself to play like a Corinthian. You can sort of run along, knock the ball into the wall, take the return pass, knock it back again, and learn to play and control the ball like that. And so, yeah, he is consciously thinking, it appears, in his writing, about that kind of wider working class audience. And that fits in very well with his schoolmasterly kind of interest and career. And I'll say a little bit more about that when we come to the very end. Leadership is an interesting one. And again, he was although he's much of his writing seems to be directed towards the captain. An ideal boy skipper is very hard to find because he must be a many-sided person. He's really suggesting he should be very versatile, like the idealised version of the amateur captain. He must be a sound performer in himself, but in addition, he must not only know his own duties, but he must know what each member of his side individually and what the whole team collectively should do and can do. Now it's interesting that's 1916, because in 1916, middle of the First World War, what is Hunt doing? Well, he doesn't go to the front. Clergymen were exempt from being called up anyway, so they would have had to volunteer. He stays at Highgate, but he runs the Officer Training Corps. That would be the training corps for sending people off very quickly after they left school in 1916 to the terrors of the Western Front or wherever. And it's very much, you can see in his writing at this time, it's very much, he's conscious of that. He talks about football tactics, for example, defensive tactics, very much as you might talk about defending particular positions on a battlefield. So the context is always important with Hunt. As I say, his own experience as a schoolboy footballer, which means he's got the right mode of address. The ideal gentleman amateur was an all-rounder, a many-sided person, coaching people at Highgate, and then lastly, thinking there is something special, really, implying there's something special about the kind of boys he's teaching, about the public school boy, the middle-class person who's supposed to take leadership responsibility in Hunt's kind of view of the world. Because it's a view of the world that's coming across here, not just stuff about football. The brainy player is needed. Well, brainy players go to places like Highgate School in Hunt's estimation. The brainy player is needed if the game is to be restored to its old place, he says in 1924 on the books he writes later on. He's got reasons for saying that in 1924, and restoring the game to its old place. Football, association football anyway, seems to be becoming less popular, certainly the kind of schools that Hunt is thinking about. He's also very worried about England not being top dogs anymore. Wales have just won the Four Nations Championship, which is about the biggest insult they could have had as an English footballer. And restoring football to the game to its old place means getting England back on top. And the key people in achieving this are the captains who are going to be found in the public schools. So it's a good thing, he always thinks it's a good thing that people with a brain, as he would say, brainy players, like himself, are going to be expected, in a sense, to take up some kind of leadership role. Third one, physicality. Well, he's very much the kind of muscular Christian, it must be said. Didn't put a team photograph of him up with Wolverhampton, but he's, apart from the fact that he's showing that he's an amateur and slightly different from the rest by the fact they put his full name on that thing, on that listing. When he's named on the team photograph, he's also the only player with his hands in his pockets, which of course, gentlemen like nonchalant poses, didn't they? We saw that in that great picture of the hockey team in the last presentation. Gentlemen like to pose nonchalantly as if it was a game. It was a game, they didn't have to take it seriously. All the other people in the Wolves team photo, sort of ex-miners, clearly it's a life and death matter for them. But Hunt's kind of taking it very easily. He's also much bigger than the rest of the team. And he used physicality, was very, very important. And the shoulder is almost a shoulder fetish in his writing. How you use the shoulder in football. And he's very much in favour of the honest shoulder charge, as he calls it, which has to be shoulder to shoulder, ideally. This is from his 1932 book. An honest shoulder to shoulder charge is not only legitimate, but has done very much to make the game the manly sport it is. It's a bit like that guy that said when the FA was first founded, and somebody said, "Shall we have hacking?" And he said, "Well, if we don't have hacking, kicking people in the shin. Any Frenchman will come over and beat us within a fortnight. He's saying the same kind of thing really about, he's saying we're not going to be, we're not going to be men if we don't have shoulder charging in football. Of course, it was pretty good to be able to shoulder charge if you had Hunt's weight and height. Remember that in all tackling, the shoulder is a useful ally to the foot. And he looks back all the time to a slightly more physical sort of version of football pre-World War I. There's an illustration alongside this one of the shoulder charge. These are boys from Highgate, I think, in the photograph. He's looking back to Morgan Owen, the captain of Wales, who he played alongside for the Corinthians. And he says, Morgan Owen taught me how to tackle. And he gives this description of a tackle, which sounds very much like a kind of two-footed tackle. But in his advice, then manliness, leadership, manliness were very important qualities. And physicality equates with manliness. Just two other slides, really. Tactics. Well, I think this really allows me to say what I think about Hunt and the advice that he gave, which is very interesting. It's suffused with all kinds of hidden messages. But this is from this actually should be the 1932, not 1922, both 1932. This is from Football How to Succeed, and he calls this the traditional public school and varsity plan. It's still, 1932, football's changed a lot since the time Hunt stopped playing at the top level in the early 1920s. Because they've introduced a new offside law, it changes the game considerably. He still likes teams to line up like they did before 1924-25. So, he likes, for example, a system where the wing halves, or the half-backs, mark the wing forwards. So he would have always marked the wing forward in his day. He likes it when you have two the two full-backs basically playing in the centre between them at the back, as a sort of last line of defence, like the Walters brothers did. Famous AM and PM Walters, who didn't play with, but played for the Corinthians in the late 19th century. And his books are sort of very much stuck in that period, the great players of that period, and this is how they played. And he says, and this sort of line-up in defence is still favoured in the best kind of amateur football, by which he means the kind of football played by public schools and public schools old boys. The interesting one's about the centre-half. The centre-half, or the central defender, as we would now normally think of them, under the old pre-1925 system, tended to play an attacking role. He was the kind of the flywheel of the team, as Hunt called it. And here you see, there's the centre-half here, not a particularly great illustration, but he's actually playing the ball in. He's actually sort of taking a kind of midfield creative role. And that's, again, something very traditional. So what he's doing, even in 1932, when he's writing a book for wide consumption, it goes out with the imprimatur of the National Union of Teachers on it, as well as the Football Association. He's still sort of peddling these tactical ideas that really are a bit outdated. So, why is it the FA are so keen on him in the 1920s and 30s, and why is he still such a popular writer about football? Well, this is my conclusion really. Hunt's views on how to play football really were influential because he had played the game at the highest level. They'd also considerable moral authority because he was an ordained clergyman. I mean, he never actually had a church, he just practiced, as it were, his religious duties within the context of his career as a schoolmaster. But he had sort of moral authority, as well as the expertise that comes with being considered to be at one time one of the best players in England. The Scots didn't think so much of him actually. The international gets Scotland, he gets absolutely taken apart by some wee tanner ball player really, who clearly sees this big guy lumbering towards him, trying to knock him into the crowd, and really runs rings around him, much to the amusement of the crowd. Scots, he's supposed to be called the Dirty Parson in Glasgow because of the way he played. I don't know whether that's true or not really. That was the rumour. As a coach, I think you couldn't say he's modestly successful. I mean, he didn't even coach any of the really big amateur teams. His coaching is mainly within that context of his work at the school. But he would not have measured his success narrowly. Hunt's aim was to use the game really to promote Christian morality. I think that's very important. And finally, well, the context, historical context is everything really. You've got to read even coaching manuals against context, historical context. They tell you all kinds of things. You can read all kinds of things between the lines, as it were. And the context of Hunt's writing is first of all the First World War, which helps to explain some of the things he says about leadership and captaincy. And it's also very much about the class conflict of the interwar period. Hunt was very concerned with the idea that, you know, soccer became very unpopular with the middle classes really in England in the period after the First World War, partly because it was considered to have behaved unpatriotically compared to rugby union or hockey, for example, because the professionals had carried on playing in 1914-15. Also because it was basically very much a working class game. It was associated with gambling and it was associated with pools, well, they used to call it the pools and woodbine factor. So, you know, you didn't really want your boys to learn how to mix with working class boys. But it's very much and so all the grammar schools and a lot of the public schools in this period went to rugby. The FA really worried about it. And what I think they use Hunt for here really is that he's a figure that can actually stem this tide. And he's very concerned. He doesn't want, for example, the public schools totally to give up football, association football, because he thinks it's very important. They're going to be the leaders in society, and they've got to be able to, a lot of them have got to be able to play a game that allows them to connect across the classes to the working class who love soccer. So that's very important to the FA. It fits perfectly with the kind of politics of class conciliation, which are kind of, I suppose, a evangelical Tory clergyman like Hunt would probably want to preach. And it brought respectability, which is what soccer needed very much at the time in England. His presence brought respectability to sport, which England's middle class were becoming increasingly indifferent to. Thank you.
Right, so I guess we might begin by going back to Tom Brown's last cricket match at Rugby School, which neatly encapsulates the muscular Christian values, which Thomas Hughes's 1857 classic stands for. Indeed, Rugby School boys Tom Brown and his friend George Arthur confidently watched the much anticipated match between Rugby and the Londoners. And although George actually scores for his team, Rugby eventually loses the match, but defeat very much feels like victory for schoolboys who've learned the value of teamwork and solidarity. As summed up by intellectual historian Norman Vance, the magnificent cooperative efforts of the Rugby 11 demonstrate how cricket is not just a game but an institution. Chapel and cricket pitch can convey the same moral, the importance of unselfishly submitting one's individuality to a service of a common cause. So as we just said, an essentially English phenomenon and dating back to the 16th century for the earliest ones, public schools, educated roughly 6% of the British school children back in the 1950s, 1930s, and can be defined as independent, non-local, generally all male and boarding schools for children aged 13 to 18, mainly from the middle and upper middle classes. Public schools association with sport is a very long-standing one. Traditional sports taken up by the schools were indeed always popular in male schools, often endowed with large playing fields in countryside locations with, of course, sort of associations with connotation, let's just say, of aristocratic grandeur. And by the end of the 18th century, the improvement of roads had also made it possible for schools to play each other. The first recorded cricket match between Westminster and Eton was in 1768, and the first Eton and Harrow won in 1805. What we can also say is that this would pave the way for regular fixtures, which also were social celebrations in a way. One can think of the famous matches at Lord's, otherwise known as the MCC, which had been founded in London in 1798. Also worth underlining and quite well known is the context of violence and unruliness which prevailed in the public schools of the mid-18th century, late 18th century, climaxing in Rugby's Great Rebellion, as it is known, so 1797, when a group of pupils blew off the door of the headmaster's classroom and burnt their books in the close. Because this situation was in no way limited to Rugby school, this meant that a new generation of headmasters, so including of course Thomas Arnold at Rugby, but also George Cotton at Marlborough College and Edward Ring at Huppingham, school would promote muscular Christian values to use this sort of regulatory nature of sport, to some extent an element of social control, to fix schoolboy rebellions and restore order in their schools. Even if the exclusive practice and extensive practice of sports in public schools gave way to well-established myths, including the supposed invention of rugby on the playing fields of the school in 1823, the 1830-1860 period was about establishing formal rules for games before they were adapted in universities as a result of the different traditions of public schools where their students had been educated. The school's connection with sport was also of a more cultural nature, since the apocryphal quote attributed to the Duke of Wellington, stating that the Battle of Waterloo had been won on the playing fields of Eton College. Wellington hadn't in fact been a keen sportsman at all and had rarely played while at Eton. Another textbook example perhaps is Henry Newbolt's Vitalium Padder poem, urging boys to play up and play the game, a warm metaphor which would actually extend well beyond British public schools into popular culture, where phrases such as playing the game or it is not fair play, sometimes replaced by it is not cricket, were quite commonplace. So this paper therefore looks at the specific association between public schools and sport in the 20th century, when the values of sportsmanship and patriotism learned on the school's playing fields would be put to the test of two world wars. So we'll first have a look at the early 20th century, possibly as the golden age of public school sports, and moving on to the association between sports and military training in the years leading up to the First World War, and concluding on the legacies of two armed conflicts and the reversal affecting sport metaphors in public school discourse and beyond. So if we start by looking at the period 1900-1910, it is often regarded as this sort of golden age of public school sports. And famous public school sporting figures include T.C.G. Sandford, a Marlborough Old Boy, who returned as housemaster and decided that every single afternoon, as well as all Sundays, leaving alone church services, would be devoted to sports. As more generally recalled by G.H. Simpson, who was a master at rugby school at the turn of the century, quote, "A great many people think of the public schools, when they think of them at all, as being primarily places where boys learn to play games. The popular impression is in this matter broadly true." What therefore appears is that muscular Christian values, first popularized by Charles Kingsley and Thomas Hughes, were still quite central in the Georgian public schools, drawing on the idea of an army of Christ, so answering God's call as was to be found in the New Testament and more specifically the writings of St. Paul. This muscular Christianity actually could be defined as an association of religious certainty and physical strength used for the promotion of what appeared to be rightful causes, and this is summed up by Thomas Hughes himself, saying the least of the muscular Christians, as old of the old chivalrous ideal and Christian belief that the man's body is given him to be trained and brought into subjection, and then used for the protection of the weak and the advancement of all righteous causes. What is interesting is that in the years leading up to the Great War, Hughes' message would actually be echoed and updated in the poetry of Rupert Brooke, this public school icon who was educated at rugby school and who died in 1915, was sort of an early death which helped turn him into this public school icon. If we look at the poem, so The Soldier is quite famous as an example of World War I poetry. If we look at Brooke's poem Peace, we have this clear association between sport and war and the principles of muscular Christianity. War is here described as a sort of cleansing or purifying experience. We all know, you all remember the opening lines. Now God be thanked, who's matched us with his arm and caught our youth and wakened us from sleeping, with hand made sure, clear eye and sharpened power, to turn as swimmers into cleanness sleeping, glad from the world grown old and cold and weary. So description of war as the ultimate athletic experience, providing Brooks' generation with what seemed to him a much needed sense of purpose. So if we go back to the early 20th century public schools, sport remained part and parcel of school life, alongside divisions and chapel. Rugby and football in the winter, cricket and rowing in the summer were staple activities, alongside rackets, fencing, shooting, boxing and swimming. The centrality of school sports is evidenced in archival collections by the Quite Sore reports written by boys in the school magazines, focusing on inter-house matches and fixtures, and school competitions, which often really reveal the rivalry that could exist between public schools. We have the example of Mill Hill, who was a 19th century public school from London, asking Harrow if they could play a match, and Harrow sort of quite scathingly replying, Eton we know, rugby we know, but who are you? Sort of revealing of this inter-school rivalry. And of course, there were the time-honoured matches played at Lord's, once again very much social celebrations in the context of the quite exclusive independent education. Public school slang also mirrors the importance of school sports, with specific terms such as soccer, rugger, boater, and at Eton, idiosyncratic phrases such as dry bulbs, wet bulbs, and slack bulbs, referring to cricketers, rowers and boys who neither row nor play cricket. Quite mythical in every public school was also the figure of the Blood, sort of the school sporting hero whose athletic achievements were admired all round, regardless of their academic results. And in the 1910s and 1920s, this strong emphasis on sports, this culture of athleticism, would of course lead critics to denounce public schools' strong Philistinism. We may take the example of Harrow old boy Arnold Lunn, who in the 1913 fiction The Orovians had written, so at Lord's every year there were the cabinet minister, who's much more excited in the match than in the cabinet crisis, and the old Orovian master who can't bear the strain and retires behind the pavy to pray. Fictionalizing his time at Sherborne, Alec Rowe had also written the novel The Loom of Youth, published in 1917, so quite the same period, and saying Fernhurst made me worship games and think that they alone mattered and everything else could go to the deuce. I heard men say about Bloods, whose lives were an open scandal, oh, it's all right, they can play football. I thought it was all right too. So to conclude on this period, we can just say that this extensive practice of sport linked to muscular Christianity in the end defined characteristic virtue of masculinity, as recalled by the diplomat Harold Nicholson, who had been educated at Wellington College. Some boys actually derived the impression that they had been sent there only to sort of teleologically, only with the aim of acquiring this manliness, which was the the purpose of public school education. Playing games was indeed all about learning central values such as fair play, leadership, unflappability in the face of pain, loyalty and acceptance of hierarchies. Team playing also developed strong male solidarities with a firm belief in the smooth succession along the sort of loyalty spectrum from team to house to school to nation, which also buttressed the boys' strong patriotism and helps account for the role they would play in the British Empire. If we move on to the playing fields to training grounds part, let's just say that in the early 20th century public schools, sports were matched by the military training offered by the Junior Training Corps. Back in 1902, we do remember that Kipling had famously derailed the Flannel Falls at the wicket and muddied oaks in Gaul, pressing for proper military preparation in the context of the South African Wars. And in 1907, the Liberal Secretary of State for War, Richard Haldane, had implemented army reforms, which included the creation of the OTC, as just mentioned. Placed under direct control of the War Office, the OTC would create sort of officer contingents, the regular and reserve armies would be able to tap into should Britain go to war. And in public schools specifically, the GTC provided basic military training in radio procedure, map reading, camouflage, first aid, and weapons wielding. By 1914, up to 80% of public schools had a junior training corps. Attendance was generally compulsory, even if we see that the mix of physical exercise, military drill, and adventure somehow appealed to many boys. So in the pre-war years, collusion between sport and military training, which tended to be organized along the same lines, male corporate group loyalties, and to emphasize the same values, physical preparation, esprit de corps, patriotism. In public schools like Uppingham, what's striking is that the two were actually closely related, since boys could not take part in sports competitions or even apply to a school prize before passing a shooting test. And this form of actually perhaps more cultural than institutional militarism was quite well known in the pre-war public schools, fostering a form of heroism in the abstract, with the cult of games actually being replaced by the sort of militarism as a chiefly manly ideal. To conclude on this period, public schools therefore promoted these values, which goes some way towards explaining boys' the confidence with which public school boys entered the Great War. And what we can see is that way beyond public schools, which had been, as we said, teaching values promoted by Henry Newbolt's poems, for example, this was not limited. The sporting metaphor was not limited to public school speech and pervaded the rhetoric of the time. If we look at a 1916 statement of David Lloyd George, who describes the ongoing war, Lord George says, the British soldier went in to see fair play to a small nation trampled upon by a bully. He's fought as a good sportsman. He's never asked anything than a sporting chance. He's not always had that. When he couldn't get in, he didn't quit. He played the game. And we see in sort of reminiscences and recollections from wounded soldiers coming back from the Battle of the Somme, actually the same metaphorical associations with descriptions of the war as a sort of a fight, and men and servicemen recounting their battle in a spirit of just like a fast run or a good day's work after a big game. So suggesting just how common these associations were. In the early stages of the war, at least, halfway between inherited tradition and morale-boosting propaganda, we might say. To conclude, legacies of two world wars, let's just say that the disproportionate number of public school fatalities in the Great War confirms that the deeply entrenched values learned on playing fields and training grounds alike motivated the mass involvement of boys. Of course, there were other factors to be taken into account. For example, the fact that public school boys were on average 5 inches taller in 1914 than working class servicemen, and that often they were serving as, they were commissioned officers, so leading their men into battle and therefore more conspicuous targets, which also goes some way towards explaining these figures. At Eton, a total of 1,157 boys laid down their lives in the Great War, a larger number than the whole school at the beginning of the war, and on the whole, the death rate of public school men compared to the national average was at 18% as opposed to 11%, and in some schools like Eton and Harrow, so part of the Clarendon group, sometimes twice as high as the national average. F.B. Mallim, who was an assistant master at Marlborough, therefore highlighted the link between muscular Christianity and these Great War figures when saying, what virtues can we reasonably suppose to be developed by games? First, I should put physical courage for the security of the nation. Courage in a young man is indispensable. That is being bred in the sons of England is attested by the fields of Flanders and the beaches of Gallipoli. We shall therefore give no heed to those who decry the danger of some schoolboy sports. Muscular Christian principle therefore climaxed at the time of the Great War, yet public schools' experience of modern industrial warfare conversely challenged many of their pre-war assumptions, as fair play could indeed no longer be seen as applying to a conflict where winning or losing did indeed very much matter. Rupert Brooke's piece had celebrated the cleansing leap into the war and was now replaced by Owen's disillusioned poetry, spelling the end of the noble ideas muscular Christianity had inspired about the war. And we may think here about the poem, 1917 poem, Disabled, which sort of points to the very limits of athleticism and body worship, which had been hallmarks of public school education so far. One might say that it's still to be remembered that the patriotic poetry of Brooke would actually remain much more popular than Owen's throughout the 1920s. So just to be clear on this, and perhaps this example from Brooke's poetry to Owen's one is representative of the metaphorical reversal that would take place after the war, as also noted by Anthony Batesman in his book on cricket and sport. There was this move away from Newbolton imagery towards sport being actually representing the possibility of a peaceful future when games would be enjoyed once again as a simple leisure. To conclude on the period of the Second World War, we can say that sort of the same trend is to be observed in public school archives. June 1942, telegram sent by Eton Old Boys, so Old Etonians, to General Viscount Gort, who'd himself been educated at Harrow School. The telegram reads, when the ceasefire sounds, may the age-long friendly rivalry which exists between our two great schools and the spirit of Lords rise again, not only unimpaired but enhanced by the present friendly relations established against the common foe. And it actually wasn't only on foreign battlefields that sport had come to represent this promise of a happier or post-war reality. In the mid-1940s, sports were indeed moving away from the military association and connotations they'd had at the time of the Great War, even if participation to the junior training corps was still more or less compulsory. Public school and military authorities in general adopted a less bluntly militaristic attitude, let's just say, urging boys to continue their school and university careers and not to leave as half-baked schoolboys, as the military authorities inspecting merchant tailors would say. And in schools faced with many wartime hardships, faced with bombings, evacuation, the calling up of masters, and so on, PE was actually very much seen as moments of recreation and relief. One aspect which was often stressed by in the surveys of all boys I conducted as part of my PhD was that PE tended to be marginalised during the war as a result of the calling up of young masters. Elderly masters coming back from retirement were less keen on getting involved in public school sports, and therefore boys were quite happy to see the return of younger masters. What also appears is that compulsory evacuation at the time of the Second World War, the move away from London, for example, Westminster School being evacuated to Lancing in West Sussex, meant that public schools were actually becoming familiar with new sports. For example, in Lancing, Westminster faced harsh competition in football and had to compete in cross-country, which is completely new to them. And as recalled by Lancing Old Boy, sports were therefore the private turf of Lancing, who thought that Westminster's attitude to PE was more traditional than ours, perhaps because in London they had little room for facilities, and in the matches played during the war, we often won easily. Which also points to the actually many different realities covered by the term public school, which remain a quite generic phrase in the end. Right, so to conclude, we can say that from the Victorian public schools in which muscular Christianity was an educational staple, to the post-1918 schools coping with their lost generation, as suggested by J. Winter, the values learned on public schools' playing fields were thus deeply challenged over the more specifically 1850 to 1950 period, even if once again the extent of change should not be overestimated in still quite conservative communities. Such trends were amplified in the 1960s. young master John Morris, who was a boy at Sudbury in Cumbria and who returned to the school as a teacher, noted sort of dissatisfaction of sixth formers and their new hostility to games, which was only just one way of expressing their dissatisfaction with the restrictions and traditions of the school. Boys at the same period, late 1970s, were also offered an increasingly wide choice of sports. So beyond the sort of sacrosanct cricket, they could choose at Harrow, for example, half a dozen sports, including tennis, athletics and golf. Beyond this cultural framework, what also played a role was the introduction in 1951 of the A level and the fact that competition with grammar schools and Oxbridge's new focus, or say more stronger focus on academic results, perhaps as opposed to family connections, did require public schools to raise their game and to teach new subjects like economic and scientific subjects, as popular with boys and also encouraged by the industrial sector at the time. So this new focus, finally, on academic results suggests that public schools were able to take some contemporary changes in their stride, far from the image of complete stability that is often applied to them. And this brings us to also question perhaps how understanding of contemporary public schools and the way in which it remains influenced by collective cultural representations.
So the picture itself is a group of Jesuits, and there was reference earlier on to Clongowes. One of the chaps with the top hats in the centre is Reverend Conor, who James Joyce got a little bit of succor from in the portrait, and the chap with the cricket bat here left his father Brown. So essentially gymnosophist is a word that Jerry Manley Hopkins used as a play on word in regard to the educated elites who were involved in sport. He's an English Catholic. He had gone on various retreats around Ireland and had actually gone to see a folk game in the west of Ireland and kind of tried to, well, make a few pointers for the game in Stonyhurst. So essentially 4 points that I'll be making is within this era, which is the, I suppose, the decade of the centenary, or this era of centenaries. 1919 is the year in which the Irish Republic was announced to the world. That was in April. Less known is the, I suppose, well, it's coming up, the 100-year anniversary of the demise of elite Catholic educational sport and what was regarded as its surrender to the cult of athleticism, which was the predominant sportive doctrine which had come from the various sources of Kingsley and social Darwinism, etc. In one sense, there was no real elite public schools in Ireland during the 19th century. The creme de la creme, the top tier Irish Catholics went to be educated in Irish Catholic schools in England. And in terms of, let's say, the origin of, I suppose, the biggest sporting organisation in Ireland, which is the GAA, it's been shown in work by a chap Mr. Hickey, who basically shows that it originates from Blackrock, the game of football itself. And it's a mirror image, in a sense. So you see almost, I suppose, a Monty Python-esque image here of the Jesuits. There was extreme suspicion of the Jesuits, I'd say, throughout much of Europe, because essentially they were banned by the Pope, and the order was permitted to kind of come back into being in the late 19th century, and what are called the Gentlemen of Liège opened up, well, they got a property in Lancashire, and from within that then the sporting habitus, which would be known as Catholic Colleges football, would emanate and it would spread essentially throughout England and Ireland. So as I said, Declan was talking about Catholic or gravel football in Clongowes. It was also in Tullybeg, it was also in Mungret in Limerick. Castleknock in Dublin had its own form, what they called gravelled patch football, and a leading Jesuit had said that this game had originated in Renaissance Italy. So essentially within the games itself, unlike Kingsley, there's a long-standing what they call the Monumenta Pedagogica and the Plan of Studies of the Ratio Studiorum, that essentially there's elections. So in continental Europe, the elite were being educated by the Jesuits. They were involved in archery, hunting, riding, hawking. When it came to 19th century Ireland, well, I suppose staple games included football and cricket, their own form of cricket, as Declan said, Stonehurst game. So generally speaking, soccer was, I would say, an emanation from Catholic colleges football. In 1901, Freeman's Journal had wrote that when Clongowes and Castleknock played, it said, to the schoolboy, skill and courage in games are as much virtues and sacred duties as those qualities in warfare were to the Spartans, whose history he painfully construes. The inter-college struggle becomes, in his eyes, a battle of demigods, while the heroes fight and their admirers stand round, assisting with cheers, and sometimes the intensity of feeling over the match literally assisted by prayers. So this was regarded as a sensation in 1901, 1902, and it was hoped that the likes of Clongowes and Castleknock would assist in Ireland stimulating soccer, and that this would be of benefit to international games. So this is a picture from Tullybeg. It's a prospectus from in and around 1880s, and you'll see young boys are pictured here. Now whether they actually played it is another thing. In the foreground, cricket, hoops, and the swing on the far side. Association soccer in Ireland for Catholics would look to Tullybeg. The nexus between what I would call or regard as utopianist unionism and localised elite social Catholics combined. Orlando Coote, who's a well-known pioneer of soccer, played for a nearby estate, and as we mentioned, Father Delaney, who was a pioneer of the expansion of Tullybeg. This was set up as a preparatory school for Clongowes, however it had overtaken Clongowes in terms of academic ability or results, I should say. And by the 1880s, there's a lot of developments happening within the reformation of the Catholic Church. Tullybeg is in the centre of the country. It's at a remote and peripheral area. Clongowes is closer to Dublin, and essentially they're merged. Now, what Tullybeg did is embrace the principle of athleticism, and it structured itself probably no more than any school in the country in terms of changing the syllabus, or amalgamating commercial elements and commercial subjects into the syllabus, and this was seen as kind of very progressive. Now there's some criticism that I said the Catholic Church is quite kind of stuffy and rather snobbish in terms of its academic outlay, but in the 1840s and 1850s this was something that was happening in England amongst the Jesuits as well, so it was kind of an amalgamation there. Now the grapple game, as I said, was a game that was played in Clongowes and Tullybeg and Mungret, but also Castleknock. So with the closure, there was fleeting games, 1879 to 1881, between St Stanislaus in Tullybeg and Tullamore and Geese Hill. When that school closed, well, everything was to move to Clongowes. Pitches were laid out to play soccer, but games apparently were not played, soccer games were not played there, and there was then the issue that they would move and play rugby. So there's this kind of contest between association football and rugby in the 1880s and 1890s, and it's Castleknock essentially which kind of sustains the game of soccer in Dublin outside of Trinity. One player from Stanislaus was F.W. Moorhead, who went on to be, I think was an Attorney General in Australia. He was a student in Trinity, and he was a central figure, having matriculated from Tullybeg, studying in Trinity, and it shows the crossover. In 1881 was the first year, I think, that Catholics were allowed to enter into Trinity College. So there's transitional engagement there. But in any event, the game itself was something that was known as Catholic colleges football, and McCarthy in his history basically said that it had methods of their own, was mainly consisted of dribbling, an art which they brought to a pitch of perfection, never excelled in an associational international match. They used to play in gravel. The ball, as it was made by the college shoemaker, was double the size of an orange, and 3 or 4 of these could be used in a particular game. The old Clongonian Football Club existed in 1876. It played in Casino, Milltown in Dublin, and it was noted in the Freeman's Journal in 1876. The rules of Catholic colleges are observed are different than those usually played, in that the ball cannot be picked up or carried. So it was, as we said, an 18-a-side game then at a later stage. They still had their great matches, the Shrove Tide games, the gravel game seems to be almost a preparatory element for the grand games. And this was also the situation in Stonyhurst in Lancashire and Beaumont outside Windsor, but they would be put under pressure. So whilst the philosophy of muscular Christianity was pervading throughout public school system, in Anglican England wasn't necessarily the case. In Ireland they had a completely different metaphysical framework. Now this gentleman, as you know, is Michael Cusack. Cronin is opposed to the principle of the cult of athleticism in Ireland. He basically regards Ireland as not being part of it, but I will argue that Cusack was a para-pedagogical individual. He was a teacher in Clongowes, Blackrock, he taught in Newry and Kilkenny, and it was basically, there's a note from a former student of his, and who subsequently went on to be the headmaster in Blackrock, who basically talks about the rules that were being applied to Blackrock were those which were then used in GAA football in the 1850s. Now, interestingly, that was a chap called Lawrence Healy. Now, curiously, in 1881, Cusack, who had his own academy, set up in 1877, he was not averse, or he was knowledgeable as to regards to association. There was a report in 1881 which said that an unusually, well, Cusack brought a new batch of players up to the 9 acres, and an unusually large batch of association students having turned up this year. It was decided that the opening match would be association versus rugby. Play extended over 2 30-minute periods. The play was fast in the warm weather. It was necessarily loose, in as much as this was a compromise between association and rugby. And Cusack, who had received a slight hurt on Saturday, did not play. Now, some of the students from Tullybeg would then be educated by Cusack in his academy. I suppose one of the best known, this includes the Nally family from Mayo, and he's a well-known figure in GAA circles. So essentially, Cusack, as I said, was a mirror image of what was regarded as athleticism. Now, this, from the patrician, the elite Catholics, what we call the Anglo-Gaelic class, you then have provincial Catholics. These are the plebeian Catholics who are in the provinces, and they're not attending the elite public schools. They're attending new diocesan schools. Most of them have been set up as kind of types of seminaries initially, but somewhat like the criticism of Clongowes and Castleknock, etc., that they were not providing leaders for the country. They were simply there to provide servers within the British Empire. These gentlemen would have been educated up to intermediate level, and they would fill in positions that was regarded in local government. So the two chaps who are back there, they played for Summerhill College. Athlone is Mara School is pictured there on the right. Now, the towns, even though they had a lot of towns, let's say, throughout Connacht, which would include Mayo, Roscommon, Leitrim, the Christian Brothers, the Presentation Brothers, and the Marist Brothers were introducing soccer in around 1901, 1902, 1903. It was non-ideological, and it was probably the game that's been played on the street. However, when the GAA then moved forward, let's say in terms of retrenched rules in regard to the foreign game, well, the cultural elites have now, Gaelic cultural elites have moved towards the GAA, and these kind of shadowlands basically have the choice of either adopting a game which is not really pertaining to the locality, or the school has to decide it's going to change from soccer to Gaelic. So unlike in the elite schools where you'll see, although in Coláiste Ignatius in Galway, they did play hurling in 1902, 1903, most of the elite Catholic schools adapt or take on hurling as an adjunct. So they're working within kind of hyper-localized situations. They have moved maybe from their own internal game to soccer, back to rugby. This then broadens out the kind of scope. But the more plebeian schools, where they simply would have played soccer initially and then simply moved to Gaelic football, which didn't occur in the elite schools. This is Crescent College in Limerick. Again, said that Stonehurst rules were exhibited in Mungret in 1884. Now Hayes, in his thesis, basically he says that the contention that Roman Catholic schools were catering for the upper middle class, particularly those run by orders like the Jesuits, he claims that these were almost indistinguishable from their Protestant counterparts in developing a sports culture that heavily weighed in favour of what he calls Toryised sports. So the confessional origins of Stonyhurst rules were, he notes, quite distinctive from rugby union, having their own gravel game, and they subsisted internally and ran in parallel to either soccer or rugby until they were phased out in the 1910s. So Hayes makes the assessment, he says that if the influence of educational institutions upon the diffusion of rugby union form of football certainly trumped any military effort. So it's back to this issue that in the gap of any discernible origin or attributed origin to the game, even though it was probably from a school, it's then attributed as kind of a garrison game. This has happened in some towns where soccer was played and in others where rugby was played. He also says that the adaptability of the games kind of was quite evident in that in the early years of Roman Catholic school, soccer school throughout Ireland, it basically would change again, let's say post-independence, which was 1921. Now, whilst the heyday really for soccer in Catholic college soccer, the heyday was 1895 to, we'd say, 1901, 1902, maybe 1903. Garnham says that Castleknock and Clongowes, that they both had decided that the pupils decided they were no longer going to play soccer. Now, I've got this photograph from the Jesuits. It is dated 1911, 1912, it is a soccer team. So, you know, as to whether the game had completely been extinguished is maybe a little bit open for debate or not, but in any event, the reasons that soccer were no longer going to be played in Catholic colleges was that, as O'Neill says in his book Catholics of Consequence, that it was to discourage a game that no longer had any social clout. Now, once the game had eclat and some class in 1894 when Clongowes played the Leinster Nomads, who included some of the best metropolitan players in the city. This was described as almost the most interesting event in the history of association football in Dublin. By and large, the best members had not learned their football there, but that they had learned it elsewhere, and that nonetheless it was still a splendid nursery for the soccer code. So the first game that I'd mentioned in 1901-1902 was the first intra-Catholic game between Clongowes and Castleknock. Ordinarily, as in Stanislaus and Tullybeck, they brought teams in. They didn't necessarily travel out, and the same with Clongowes. So it was Bohemians who would travel to Clongowes. A regiment, the Highlanders, would go there. But here now we had, let's say, the situation where elite Catholic soccer teams were from public schools in Ireland were playing each other. And as I said, in 1901, 1902, this was giving the hope that this would have an impact on the international level. But in any event, for internal reasons, they had stopped playing soccer, and also the game, the gravel game itself, was in terminable decline. In Beaumont and Stonyhurst, they had stopped playing gravel game. They only maintained it for the Shrove Tide game, and they said that basically if they stopped playing the gravel game, it didn't give the boys a chance to play the big game at Easter, and this would undermine the moral legitimacy and, I suppose, the theatre of the game itself. So, whilst you have Irish soccer being played, let's say, at a provincial and plebeian level, at a public level, at an elite level in Dublin and other centres, fleetingly, the super elite were moving to England, and but they were under constant attack from the Gaelic Games corpus in Ireland, the Irish Ireland identity that was there. Now, D.P. Moran, who was regarded as a kind of notorious Anglophobe, he said the moment that Stonyhurst, Beaumont and Eggbaston became the fonts of respectability, Clongowes and Castleknock fell in the Shawnee eye. The Shawnee is John, Little John, who's a kind of an imitation Englishman. And the freebooters became possible, he said, and surely that was a great day for Ireland. The superior tone imported by the English establishment won the hearts of the half-slaves and captivated them completely. So that was in 1904. So there's a very vague picture there of Simon Scroop, who was educated, well, he's from Mayo, he was educated in Stonyhurst and came back, he was a captain of the freebooters, and they were in the Leinster Senior League, And if there was animosity towards the local elite Anglo-Irish Catholic caste, there was almost hyperbolic rage toward those who had been Irish Catholics who were educated in England. Now, the Freebooters were an all-Irish Catholic team comprising of players who'd been educated in English Catholic colleges, and O'Neill regards it as the most remarkable manifestation of the application of class consciousness in Irish soccer. However, this had internal tensions as well. In an editorial in the Leader in 1901, it commented that on the exodus of Irish Catholics to English schools, remarked that no doubt the Freebooters are Irish by birth and connected by family and other ties with nationalist aspirations. Nevertheless, it quizzed why the players would not associate in terms of equality with lads who were still under the full burden of social and religious disadvantage from which they themselves had escaped. And that was a slight exaggeration in regards to it, but the issue was that they were a team set up for Irish Catholics who were educated in England, now playing in Dublin. However, the accusation was somewhat turned on its head, because at a Gaelic League meeting in 1901, a Jesuit, M.J. Phelan, had informed the Mullingar branch that a request from the Freebooters to challenge Clongowes was refused by the rector, who said that he would not permit them inside the gate. And this was greeted with great applause. And he said that the reason that was being offered was that the players, being Irish Catholics educated in England, but there was an exception. One of them had been educated in Trinity College, so there was then the issue of religious difficulty. So the likes of D.P. Moran had advised the likes of Mungret and Belvedere and Castleknock and Clongowes in 1904 to tack Irish Ireland words whilst they have time. He said the march towards nationhood is not to be stopped because the authorities of these colleges may have a, quote, nation-killing sense of their class and tone. Irish Ireland and the biggest idolaters are bearing and have borne with opposition where they should have expected support very patiently, but it will not, however, be good policy to trust in extreme patience too long. So this was a warning from the, well, those who were within the Irish Ireland movement in 1904 that, you know, let's say you can kind of move towards the British Empire, you can stay within there, you can have a kind of a co-religious dispensation, but there's matters that are happening on the ground. You were there to provide leadership, you're not providing leadership, you're operating within a superstructure which is inimical to the interests of the vast majority. So Porrick Pearse and his school, etc., would be an example of a hyper-Hibernicized, ultra-nationalist example looking for dramatic change. And I said this year that, well, 100 years ago, the Irish nation was, well, the Irish Republic was announced to the world. So in 1921, it was said by the biographer of Father Darcy, who was in Stonyhurst, who's regarded as the principal philosopher of love, apparently, that 1921 represented the surrender of Catholic games ethos to the cult of athleticism. And basically, the disappearance of the old systems now introduced an equivalent to fagging, the fagging system, which did not exist in Catholic schools, but did in English public school systems. So basically, they had moved towards, let's say, the English mercantile education, the cult of athleticism, and this had its own ramifications. As I said, I'm finishing now in a moment. The biographer of Father Darcy said that the English Jesuitical education in the 1910s had lost what it meant to be, it lost its sense of what it was meant to be doing, and took to aping the Protestant schools. There was concerns even in 1911 about the perilous condition of soccer and to what code Catholics should adhere. In 1921, basically the fagging system of a sort was introduced, and it was said that the substitution of a secular and irresponsible source of government for a religious and conscientious one inevitably weakened the moral influence of the Jesuits upon the pupils, and it broke down the class master system. And finally, I suppose, from the picture of Father Delaney, who had revolutionised Stonyhurst, brought soccer to, as the Catholic schools. In the 1920s, whilst they had started with the monumental pedagogika, which is the Jesuit style of education, and they were permitting electives, this was based on what they called the eloquentia perfecta. This is the kind of rounded individual, that was the ultimate role to be a pupil, and if it was not a universally applied one, it was holistic, and they brought in the spirit and the ghost of Dr. Arnold into the ludic cloisters of Catholicism, and indeed it's quite possible that he, more than anybody else, would have been quite frightened by his own unexpected presence there.
Okay.
So, thank you very much.
To speak here at this event today. The venue itself is rather fitting, as this paper is the result of research that I conducted at this fantastic archive in 2017 and 2018. So, what I think is quite clear, and what we've heard from our previous speakers today, is that education plays a role in shaping the sporting identities and preferences of an individual. Now, this is certainly true in my own experience. Whilst born into a family that is immersed in a local GAA club, it's quite clear that my secondary education at a school synonymous with Gaelic games undoubtedly solidified that early interest. However, I have no doubt that had I attended a soccer or rugby school, and I use those phrases in inverted commas, then my whole sporting worldview would likely be totally different. So therefore, what role can education have on shaping the sporting preferences we hold in adulthood? More importantly, what can sport in the education sector tell us about the geographical and social class base of a given sport? So, in 1879, the Irish Rugby Football Union had emerged from a merger of the Irish Football Union, based in Dublin, and the Northern Football Union, based in Belfast here. Now, the earliest print record of what became the northern branch of the IRFU is when its notices appeared in the Belfast newsletter in 1884. The archival records of this branch, dating from 1886 to 1991, are actually held upstairs here at PRONI. Also, I must add, I don't know why when I do these mapping things that we have some sort of, tremors in the sort of southern and northern regions of Ireland, but I don't know why that happens, so I just want to get that in there. I'm not trying to suggest there's anything going on in Munster or in North Ulster, just want to make that clear. So the Irish Revolution witnessed the partition of Ireland and the emergence of both the Irish Free State and Northern Ireland by 1922. For the IRFU, the historic 9-county Irish province of Ulster now contains 6 counties that formed a new state of Northern Ireland within the United Kingdom. Politically, the definition of both Northern Ireland and Ulster were contested. The Northern Branch Committee minutes of April 1930 illustrate that a directive from the IRFU itself necessitated a rebranding of the Northern Branch. The new bylaws of the Union stated that, quote, a branch of the Union shall be formed in each of the provinces of Ulster, Munster, Leinster and Connacht, not less than 5 clubs to constitute a branch. So the published history of Irish sport is disproportionately focused on the period of the Sporting Revolution, circa 1860 to 1914, when modern sport was born, and secondly on the sporting, cultural and political significance of the Gaelic Athletic Association, particularly in the period 1884 to 1922. That imbalance has begun to be addressed by 2 recent excellent survey texts by Kelly and Rouse. These have been supplemented by some equally important regional and local studies of rugby and soccer. My current PhD research aims to further advance knowledge and understanding of the history of sport in Ireland in the period after 1922 by pursuing an all-Ireland study of the comparatively neglected histories of soccer, rugby and hockey. This current paper first considers how rugby in Ulster obtained and then protected its traditional player base between 1922 to 72, which at an educational level was exclusive to the voluntary grammar school sector. Second, this paper analyses friction within the education sector between the football codes that the Gaelic Athletic Association historically characterised as foreign games. Unlike association football, in the aftermath of partition, rugby continued to be organised on an all-Ireland basis under the auspices of the IRFU. Wider political sensitivities surrounding an accurate definition of Ulster were reflected in some operational difficulties faced firstly by the Northern and later the Ulster branch of the IRFU. This is most evident in the dearth of affiliated clubs from the 3 Ulster border counties, which was Cavan, Monaghan and Donegal, those that were outside the 6 counties that now comprise Northern Ireland. Carrickmacross FC were the first club from outside Northern Ireland to be affiliated during the era of the Northern branch in the 1925 season. This affiliation, however, was short-lived, as also was that of Monaghan FC, and neither made it to the 1930s. made it in the sense that they were not affiliated. They may still have been involved at a local sort of unaffiliated level. Cavan Royal School FC was the only club or school from outside Northern Ireland affiliated during most of the 1930s and 40s, and their affiliation survived until they were noted as having dropped out in 1966. Significantly, prior to the ending of a decade-long affiliation with the branch in 1964, Cavan FC had been taking part in fixtures with Navan in Leinster during that time. Notices of these encounters appeared in the press in 1954 and 1963. The branch records also suggest that at least one rugby club that existed in Cavan, which was Coot Hill, chose never to affiliate prior to their overall dissolution in 1930. These examples from County Cavan suggest that the province's theoretical territory did not conform to its practical reach. Indeed, by 1975, isolated clubs from inside Northern Ireland also tested the limits of that provincial structure. Enniskillen Rugby Football Club's application for senior status included claims to a catchment area that included not only parts of the three Ulster border counties, but also parts of County Sligo and Leitrim too. Therefore, it would appear that rugby in Ulster, in practice, for much of the time amounted to rugby in Northern Ireland, but was it even narrower than that? To what extent was the increasing popularity of the game centred around the Greater Belfast area? Belfast centricity is unquestionable in the history of the Irish Football Association and for association football in what became Northern Ireland. It is clear that the grassroots of rugby in Ulster was fundamentally situated outside of Belfast. This is apparent in the fact that in 1925 there was over twice the number of provincial schools clubs, which was 9, compared to those schools clubs situated in Greater Belfast, which was only 4. By 1935 there was double the number of provincial non-school clubs, 28, when compared to non-school clubs situated in Greater Belfast, 14. However, when I use the Bann River as a point of reference rather than focusing on Belfast alone, we learned that by 1965 there was over 5 times the amount of combined clubs east of that river, which was 80, compared to those situated west of the river, which was only 15. Correlating with this geographic divide in rugby, the Irish Examiner would by 1984 state on socio-economic matters that, quote, in the north the economic divide was along the Bann River, with development and investment concentrating east of that river. By that same year, that divide accounted for 114 affiliated clubs east of the river, with only 26 clubs located to the west. Perhaps no clearer indication that the heartland of rugby in Ulster was also predominantly concentrated east of that river is that during 104 years of the Ulster branch, between 1887 to 1991, which is essentially the records upstairs, on only 4 occasions had the branch president been from a club situated west of the Bann during that time. The branch bylaws suggest how such an eastern bias could arise, and unsurprisingly, they would hold the balance of power in the overall composition of the branch. By 1972, 9 of the branch's 13 senior clubs were based in Belfast, with 11 out of those 13 situated east of the Bann River. Instonians Rugby Football Club, founded in 1919, is perhaps the most successful club affiliated to the branch during this period. Crucial to the history of this successful club was the fact that their players were drawn solely from the old boys of one of the top rugby grammar schools in Ulster, which is Royal Belfast Academical Institution. In addition, Bangor Rugby Football Club went out of existence following the outbreak of war in 1939. However, their established nursery, which was Bangor Grammar School, stepped in to raise the club from the ashes, further illustrating the well-established links between grammar schools and local senior rugby clubs east of the Bann River during this era. Branch officers often served long terms in office as administrators for the game in Ulster. An example of such longevity is the fact that the 1922 branch president, Mr. Douglas, was still serving as the honorary secretary of the branch in 1954. More significant to this discussion, however, is that upon his election as president of the RFU in November 1932, the Belfast Newsletter reported that Mr. Neal had previously served on the Ulster Branch Committee between 1905 to 13, and more importantly was, quote, an old Methodist college boy. The outgoing president in that year, Mr. McAlery, was also reported as having previously played senior rugby for North of Ireland Rugby Club based in Belfast, before taking an active interest in the affairs of the province. Later, 1936 would witness the election of a past president of Queen's and an old Campbellian, Dr. Montgomery, as Ulster Branch president. The election of a president and 2 vice presidents in 1938 is also significant in that all of these men were from senior clubs again situated in Belfast. Education at a rugby playing grammar school with links to senior clubs east of the Bann River and the advantages of senior club membership in election to the branch committee were clearly linked within a very narrow pathway to the administrative level of rugby football in Ulster that existed during 1922 to 72. The popularity of the Ulster Schools Cup competition is significant also, especially in relation to that narrow pathway to the administrative level of rugby in Ulster. This prestigious competition actually predates the formation of the RFU itself, running since Royal School Armagh defeated Inst in the first final in 1876. Further, it was consistently the most profitable competition during the interwar period. This contrasted with the other provincial branches of the RFU, with Liam O'Callaghan claiming that the comparable competition in Munster was only that branch's third largest source of income. Following the ending of Cavan Royal School's affiliation with the branch in 1966, the Ulster Schools Cup would now be contested only by voluntary grammar schools within the state of Northern Ireland. Nonetheless, and while some traditional entrants in the Schools Cup are stated as non-denominational schools, such as Belfast Royal Academy and Friends School Lisburn, it is clear that the historical character of Ulster Schools rugby remains Protestant in its composition. However, the post-war world saw the enacting of wider educational reform that witnessed the opening of two fronts in which rugby's educational base in Ulster would be challenged during the post-war decades. The first threat was perceived as having been the proposed introduction of association football to the voluntary grammar school sector in 1954. Perhaps envious of the educational base enjoyed by rugby, the Irish Football Association met Harry Midgley, the Stormont government's Minister for Education, in March 1954 to discuss the question of association football in the grammar schools. It is likely that Northern Ireland's football governing body felt confident in their chances of the Minister being agreeable, as Midgley was also the chairman of Linfield Football Club at this time. The minutes of this meeting record that Midgley explained to the IFA deputation that the voluntary grammar schools traditionally favoured rugby and that he could not direct them to change to association football, but that he promised to send a circular letter to these schools inviting their views on the matter. The Minister's representation to the grammar school championed, quote, the merits of association football as a suitable game for grammar school boys. But he also argued that it should be allowed the same freedom to develop as games such as rugby and hockey. The most common response by those schools was that the perceived threat to the established or traditional school pastime, which was rugby, was so great that the school authorities would not agree to the introduction of another game. This objection was more common than the practical objection that there was a dearth of appropriate playing fields that might accommodate a new game. The latter was a much wider problem in the Belfast area during the 1950s, so much so that it led to the separate Ministry of Education investigation on this issue alone by 1957. In addition, Midgley's summation of his representation that he presented to the IFA in June 1954 also included some crucial additional points that in some ways emphasised the social class base of both schools rugby in Ulster and to the wider ethos of rugby, such as point F on the commercialisation of professionalism in soccer, which, as we heard earlier, has been a concern to association football in England prior to even the First World War. The second perceived threat to rugby's educational base was some wider reform to the education system itself in the post-war decades. Donald Harmon Atkinson suggested that the grammar school authorities were successful in bringing pressure to bear on the government over those plans for educational reform. We learned from the parliamentary debates in Stormont concerning the provision of secondary school education in Northern Ireland that whilst adopting educational reforms enacted in Britain, Northern Ireland government were nonetheless cautious about the impact it may have on the established voluntary grammar school sector. This is evident in the contribution of Captain Long, who was the Minister of Education by 1966. A comprehensive Ulster Branch report, which was published in 1972, acknowledged the exclusive base that the game had had in the education system in Northern Ireland up to that point. At first, the introduction of secondary school education in the 1960s was perceived as posing a threat to the game's traditional educational base. Nonetheless, the branch remained pragmatic to ensure that rugby's established educational base, which had been built up over several generations, had survived this major educational reform. Indeed, the tone of the report was cautiously optimistic after that initial alarm. The branch felt that missionary work in the secondary sector could actually have provided opportunities for the expansion of their educational base. A statement of intent to grow the game beyond the traditional voluntary grammar school sector also hinted that clubs may no longer be able to continue drawing their player base solely from the old boys of local schools. This paper has begun to address the question as to why, for certain sports, the maintenance of a traditional base within the education system is of great importance. This Ulster case study, in which schools rugby was confined to the predominantly Protestant voluntary grammar school sector, in some ways reflects a predominantly Protestant unionist domination of Northern Ireland between 1921 and 72. Also, this adds a new layer to the existing historiography on rugby within Irish education. Liam O'Callaghan claimed that rugby within Southern Irish educational culture had historically had a decidedly Catholic flavour, with the Munster Schools Cup having since 1909 been dominated by Catholic schools. In addition, some Catholic schools in Dublin, such as Blackrock College, have been synonymous with success in the Leinster Senior Schools Cup. From what limited newspaper coverage of Conor Schools Cup rugby that does exist, a range of different types of schools appear to have taken part. One example is 1938, when it was reported that St Joseph's College, Ballinasloe, which was a Catholic secondary school, defeated Galway and Sligo grammar schools in the senior and junior cup finals respectively. These provincial comparisons to Ulster suggest that cohesion within the RFU has, at least in part, been due to the successful coexistence of schools rugby within its provincial affiliates, despite the contrasting regional character to that critical base of the game in Ireland. However, it is clear that Ulster is the only Irish province that had an educational base that was overwhelmingly Protestant in its composition. Finally, the voluntary grammar school dismissed competition from other football clubs to ensure the survival of their rugby tradition, despite the interventions of prominent Ulster Unionist government ministers and the threat perceived as being posed by wider reform to the education sector in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So just to give you some background to why I did this paper and on Joan Burnett Knight, I was aware of her presence from the newspaper archives, but last summer, just out of the blue, I got an email from her aunt Sheila Watford, her niece Sheila Watford, who's based in London, and she informed me that she had private papers belonging to her aunt, Miss Joan Burnett Knight, which she asked me if I wanted to utilise them, and she went to the trouble of posting them over to me, and I went through them and correspondence back and forth with her and her sister, and I put together this paper. Really, I suppose another reason I wanted to look at it was despite the growth of academic studies, sport in the early 21st century, as you know, hasn't been that much written on key individuals, I suppose, involved in the development of sport. So some of those exceptions would include Donal McAnal's analysis of Michael Cusack and Owen Duffy within the organisation of the GEA. And other sports and key figures prominent within them have been less well served on an individual basis, and it's generally soccer players with military links which have attracted most attention. So those involved in developing physical education in schools in Northern Ireland have not received a full academic analysis to date, but again this is synonymous with the lack of wider writing on physical education's growth there. And physical education development in Ireland has rarely featured in international publications on the subject history. It's also notable that those who have migrated to Northern Ireland to assist in developing structures for sport have not yet received any significant academic attention. Neil Garnham has highlighted how Scottish industrial links with Belfast were instrumental in association football gaining a foothold in Belfast in the late 19th century. But the role of individual migrants in Northern Ireland in developing sport within the educational sector has been less well served. So this article seeks to address the deficit to some extent by examining the career of London-born Joan Burnett Knight, who's pictured there on her christening day in 1910, and she was employed as physical education organiser in England, Northern Ireland and West Germany before returning to her home country again in the mid-1950s. And in particular, the use of her surviving papers, complemented with related newspaper and governmental reports, allowed the research to gain an insight into her role and status of physical education in Belfast towards the end of the war and in its direct aftermath. Now, while her personal documents are heavily focused on her employment positions and qualifications, and less so on the social conditions at the time, they are valuable in providing a unique look at the state of physical education in a number of areas in Europe in the period from the end of the 1930s until the 1950s. So this paper therefore examines aspects of the state of physical education in these areas in this period, with particular emphasis on Northern Ireland and strategies for its improvement and key developments there. It highlights Miss Bernard Knight's early education and career path before discussing her move to Belfast before the war and her efforts to improve how the subject was perceived there. It assesses her role in the 1949 Olympic Games in Sweden and her later move to take up a position with the British Families Service in West Germany in the early 1950s. And finally, it addresses her return to England in the latter part of that decade and her subsequent work. So, Joan Bernard Knight was born in London on the 27th of February 1910 and began her education at a small private school in Finchley, North London, and at the age of 7 she was enrolled at Camden School for Girls, where she remained for 12 years. While there, her interest in sport was obvious, as she was a school prefect and hockey and tennis captain. And after 3 years of study at Bedford College from 1929 to 1932, she was awarded the diploma of Bedford Physical Training College and received a number of other physical education related qualifications, including one in physiotherapy. She undertook supply teaching for a short period in secondary schools in Liverpool, Birmingham and London, and then taught at Stamford High School for 3 years, from 1934 to 1937. And after one of these substitute teaching periods in Rowan School for Girls in February 1933, the headmistress M.K. Higgins noted that Miss Knight has shown herself to be adaptable and resourceful in managing the girls and most courteous and helpful in her relations with the staff. She shows promise of becoming a very sound teacher and is particularly good in coaching for netball. Now, in 1936 she was appointed PE organiser for East Sussex, and this position had been newly created and she was responsible for all aspects of physical education, except amongst older boys in schools, youth organisations and amongst girls. But she was also involved in a number of girls' clubs and in the Red Cross, and she maintained this post as PE organiser from 1937 until 1944, although in 1941 she was released to work as a part-time lecturer in PE in Gypsy Hill Training College in South London, and she was also evacuated to Brighton as well. Now, in 1944 she moved to Belfast to take up the position of PE organiser for the Belfast Education Authority. It appears she saw this move in terms of promotion, as her previous job was in an assistant capacity, and the more underdeveloped state of physical education in Northern Ireland at that time meant that there was much work to be done. This is a picture of one of her classes in London in the late 1930s, doing a scissors jump, I think. Okay, so Donald touched on some of this earlier on, but having considered the United Kingdom 1937 Physical Training and Recreation Act in April 1937, a number of members of Cabinet, including Lord Charlemont and J.H. Robb, decided that the circumstances in Northern Ireland did not require anything so pretentious as the organisation which was set up in Great Britain. They felt that nothing in the nature of a central college of physical education would be necessary, and it was agreed that there would be no question of setting up local committees outside the machinery of the local authorities themselves. However, they did agree to investigate the facilities for physical education in Northern Ireland, and a Physical Training and Recreation Committee was established. And by November 1937, a draft scheme of physical training and recreation had been drawn up by the committee representative of the Ministries of Education, Finance, Home Affairs and Labour, with a view to incorporation within a bill and a presentation to Parliament in March 1938. In April 1938, the British government announced details of the Northern Ireland Physical Training and Recreation Bill, with £65,000 to be made available over 3 years to develop physical fitness and related facilities in Northern Ireland. An advisory council paid for by the Ministry of Education was to be appointed by the Prime Minister, James Craig, with grants to be given to local authorities or voluntary organisations to promote physical training and recreation facilities. And grants could also be given towards the expenses of managers and government bodies of schools recognised other than public elementary schools in providing facilities for physical training and recreation. They could also be made towards funding of any central voluntary organisation. It was also stated that where grants were to be made available to schools, non-pupils would also be able to avail of the facilities for physical training and recreation, while a new or existing voluntary school could also be given a grant towards facilities such as gymnasia, swimming baths and playing fields. The Northern Ireland Government also appointed a joint organiser and inspector of physical training in November 1938, with L. Bain Dickinson of Allenton, Scotland, recruited to take up the position in the new year. Dickinson was the games master at Dollar Academy, and his new position came under the Ministry of Education, while his main duty was to advise the Ministry on matters coming within the scope of the new Act. Despite these developments and the appointment of an advisory council and grants committee, progress was slow, and at the beginning of the Second World War in 1939 saw attention diverted elsewhere. Dickinson spent the years from 1940 until the end of 1944 as staff physical fitness officer at the RAF's Northern Ireland headquarters, as well as in the headquarters of the RAF's No. 27 group in Gloucestershire, and did not take up the role in Northern Ireland again until 1945. The Grants Committee was temporarily suspended. However, in view of the effect of the blackout and other wartime considerations, by November 1940 it had been reconstituted with more limited powers. Belfast was bombed by the Luftwaffe in April and May 1941, and as Jonathan Barden has written, the Northern Ireland Government failed to make adequate preparations to protect its citizens. The evacuation of school children did not take place until April 1941 in Belfast, with around 30,000 eventually arriving in rural areas. And later that year, German military interests became more focused on Russia, allowing schools in Belfast to reopen shortly after the main roads, and despite the public warnings of the danger, gradually the students trickled back. And the number of displaced pupils dropped to 278 by the final year of the war in 1945. As Donald Harmon Atkinson has also stated, the effect of unfamiliar home situations...
Attention please. The search room and reading room will close in 15 minutes. Please finish off your research for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, as Donald Harmon Atkinson has also stated, the effect of unfamiliar home situations, interrupted schooling, overcrowding and inadequately equipped schools upon the children can only have been educationally dysfunctional. Now, in December 1941, Dr. Thomas Carnwath, while reviewing Belfast Public Health Service, condemned the way that physical training was being run in public elementary schools in Northern Ireland and called for the appointment of a competent director, and stated that the subject should be essential within the curriculum. The Belfast Education Committee approved the appointment of female and male PE organisers in 1942, and while the female PE teacher was to take up a post in April 1943, the employment of a male teacher was to be deferred until the end of the war due to financial considerations. And although Miss Burnett Knight was given the job of female organiser in February 1944, it was not until November that year that she was able to take it up due to travel restrictions during the war. Like Atkinson and Dickinson, who had been recruited to organise physical education there before her, Miss Burnett Knight was not a native of Northern Ireland but had been trained within the British system. And in this way, the Belfast Education Authority was not unlike the Irish Football Association in recruiting those from England who had experience of coaching and physical training there, such as Walter Winterbottom, who assisted in their coaching in the late 1940s when they began to develop their coaching systems. Now, Northern Ireland Minister of Education and Director of Education, Dr. Stuart Hunt, recalled in 1950 that as the first holder of the newly created post, she brought to it the energy, enthusiasm and pioneering spirit which enabled her to effect a remarkable advance in spite of wartime and post-wartime difficulties. On taking up a role in 1944, Miss Burnett Knight was required to advise the Education Committee via the Director of Education, Hunt, on policy in physical education, buildings, equipment, playing fields, etc. And she also had to oversee physical training in Belfast public elementary schools in a supervisory and inspectory capacity. 40,000 children were in attendance at these schools, and she also had to advise and assist teachers responsible for physical training in them with a view to increasing the value of physical education. She was also required to engage in this type of work at technical high schools and technical colleges. In addition, she organised swimming lessons for public elementary school children and ran for refresher courses for physical training teachers and helped voluntary youth organisations and clubs. And she was also in charge of developing recreative physical training through evening institutes and other venues. She also had to assist in the control of playing fields provided by the Educational Committee and to arrange play centres. To lessen her workload, a female officer was appointed to carry out clerical work, a position that was approved by city education authorities in December 1944, with the other unspecified duties that she also had to perform. Now, Dr. Stuart Hunt also noted that she made a number of important changes to the PE curriculum, as when she took up the post, only 30 minutes per week was allocated to PE in schools, but this was quickly raised. By 1950, pupils were receiving 5 periods of the subject on a weekly basis. He also noted that organised games and swimming have been brought into the timetable for many schools and equipment has been supplied under her direction, and he noted that steady advance had been made into physical education under her inspiration and leadership. Now, Miss Bernard Knight was also involved in a number of advancements in PE outside of school and with adults, and Dr. Hunt noted that she had taken a wide view of the scope of her work and has given generous assistance to youth organisations and to the Northern Ireland Physical Education Association, which she helped to establish. Though this was founded in 1944, it did not host its first summer school until 1946. She stated that owing to the difficulty in finding adequate facilities and the lack of experience of those whose cooperation had to be obtained, it was no mean task to organise the event. Approximately 140 teachers and youth leaders took part in PE Summer School, which was held on the coast at Bangor. And in addition, she also organised various courses for teachers, youth and play centre leaders, and a number of physical education displays. Now, although she left Northern Ireland by the time the Ulster College of Physical Education was opened in 1953, Joan Bernard Knight had been instrumental in leading the Northern Ireland team at the 1949 Lingate Games in Sweden. In July 1949, she was in charge of 2 teams from Northern Ireland who attended the World Gymnastic Festival, which was held in Stockholm and named after Per Henrik Ling. These were the first Northern Ireland teams to take part in the Lingate and were a part of the overall British representation, which numbered around 200 in total. It was described as the gymnastic equivalent of the Olympic Games, with 54 nations set to participate. Now, the first Lingate had been hosted in 1939 to commemorate the centenary of the death of Ling, described as the father of Swedish physical education. With the outbreak of the Second World War later in 1939, it was not held until 10 years later, and Sweden's official neutrality and eagerness to encourage reconstruction were noted as factors in the country's ability to host the event so soon after the end of the war in 1945. And one preview of the 1949 Games stated that they were to be composed of 3 parts, with initial events consisting of about 5 days of practical demonstrations of physical education by some 30 or more nations. The next part, a World Congress, lasted for 6 days, with papers being read and lecture demonstrations offered. And after that, an international camp was held for a further 6 days, with participants having the opportunity to meet and engage in what would be termed today as networking, I suppose. It appears that the actual festival took place from the 27th to the 31st of July and was followed by courses and camps in gymnastics, which ran until 13th of August 1949. The Northern Ireland gymnastics team at the 1949 Games was made up of 12 young women, with 9 of them physical training teachers. Another team was made up of 8 women and 4 men who give a demonstration of Irish dancing. And they were instructed by Patricia Mulholland, who was a violinist and played the music for the dancing. The gymnastics team also took part in a physical training demonstration at Botanic Gardens in June 1949, with 350 children from 12 Belfast schools also giving a physical training display as part of Belfast Education Week. It was there that athletes received their badges for the Lingate from Mrs. J.D. Chain, the wife of the chairman of the Belfast Education Committee. Director of Education, J. Stuart Hunt, discussed the importance of physical education as part of the education system and stated that what the crowd had seen was the normal work of the schools. He also felt that they'd come a long way from the old-fashioned drill, and the idea behind the system was to produce a balanced standard of fitness. Miss Bernard Knight also stated at the time that the old idea of physical training was gone, and under the title of physical education, it embraces many different types of activity, she said. Now, according to one American lady who participated in the 1949 Games, the aim of the second Lingate programme, as far as Sweden was concerned, was to show how Ling's ideas had been developed and expanded. It was also intended to demonstrate how they had become the basis for a great national movement aimed not at trophies and prizes, but at the production of active, healthy and happy human beings. Also attending the Games were a team from independent Ireland who were members of the League of Health and were led by Kathleen O'Rourke. Prior to the departure, the Northern Ireland representatives took part in an event which included a fireworks display, which was hosted by the Bangor Entertainments Committee. The Lingate Games were opened at the Olympic Stadium in Stockholm by its main patron, Crown Prince Gustav Adolf, on 27th of July 1949. and around 15,000 gymnasts took part in the parade. And the British team were represented by those from 15 physical training colleges, schools or associations, and was said to have been the largest contingent apart from those from Sweden and Denmark. And Miss Bernard Knight recalled of the games when later interviewed before she died that the event took place in an outdoor arena where she worked barefoot and was covered in mud as she led her teams. Now, this was the last blind game to be held and was later replaced by the Gymnastrata. According to Angela Wickman, the 1949 games were a financial disaster with bad weather impacting on attendances, and the International Gymnastics Federation then decided to host an international non-competitive gymnastics event, with the first World Gymnastrata taking place in Rotterdam in 1953. Now, prior to her departure, she continued her promotion of the awareness of the need for physical education for adults and youths. In September 1949, she gave a lecture at the Larne Women's Institute, while early the following year, her two Northern Ireland teams gave a demonstration in gymnastics at the same group's weekly meeting. However, by then she was eager to move back to England. In 1950, she took up a position at Bedford College, where she supervised the teaching and practice of students and taught swimming and Irish dancing, which she appears to have learned in Northern Ireland with the Lingate team. Now, following the defeat of the Nazis in May 1945, the Soviet Union took control of what became known as the eastern zone of Germany, while the industrial Rhineland and the Ruhr Basin and a large part of the north were taken over by the British. Southern Germany was taken over by the American and French forces, while Berlin was divided between these four Allied powers. And in February 1951, Miss Bernard Knight joined the British Families Education Service, which had its headquarters in Dusseldorf in what was then West Germany. The BFES had been founded by the Foreign Office in 1946 to give education to families of British citizens stationed in the British zone of West Germany in the post-war years. And by the beginning of 1952, it had become known as the Service Children's Education Authority and had been taken over by the British Army. And in 1956, the former BFES had an employment of 650 British teachers and the responsibility for 86 primary and 4 secondary schools, which contained 13,000 children of British servicemen, with schools scattered over a wide area of Western Germany, Holland and Belgium. Schools were mixed between boys and girls, while 3 of the 4 secondary schools were co-educational with an attendance of around 600 children. While initially the BFES provided education for British school children in Germany, similar schools were later opened in Cyprus, Hong Kong, Malaysia and Mauritius. In the early 1950s, Miss Bernard Knight was the BFES only PE organiser, and her duties were described by the director as both varied and onerous. It was noted that she was responsible for the normal organiser supervision of the physical education work, which involved long hours of travelling and included giving advice and assistance to a high proportion of young and newly appointed BFES head teachers, liaison with Army and RAF units concerned with designing and planning of gymnasia, playing fields and other physical education facilities for new school premises. In addition, she also did run PE conferences and courses for teachers and was responsible for estimating, ordering and allocating to BFES schools a comprehensive range of physical education equipment and clothing. The director of the BFES in 1956, Mr. Priestley, described Miss Bernard Knight as having undertaken those duties in an exemplary manner, and was noted that she gained the confidence of BFES teachers who very much valued the help she'd given them. And he stated that teachers' courses she organised were particularly successful as she was an interesting lecturer, first-class demonstrator and teacher, and a sympathetic leader of discussions. And she'd also shown a sound and balanced ideas of the PE curriculum in the school, along with sensible views on those aspects of school planning which affect the physical well-being of the children. Now, in 1956, she left her position in West Germany to return to England to look after her mother, who was ill. And it's clear from her writing that Miss Bernard Knight enjoyed travelling. In 1956, she stated that organising posts such as I have held invariably involve a considerable amount of travelling, and at present I cover an area approximately the size of England and Wales. I cannot imagine that any travelling I should be required to undertake in England would in any way dismay me. It has become part of the pattern of my life, and I am equally at home by train or car, whether being driven depending on the driver or driving myself, she stated. Now, having returned to England, she worked as a assistant PE organiser in Birmingham, and became PE organiser for Coventry Education Committee in 1959. She took early retirement in 1968 to look after her mother, but continued to work in a voluntary capacity until 1983. And she also acted as honorary secretary for the BFES. She continued to exercise up into old age despite developing Parkinson's disease by the time she was in her early 90s. So this article has assessed a number of aspects of the life of a physical education organiser in during and post-World War II periods in a number of areas in Europe, providing a biographical account of one woman who was deeply committed to promoting physical education at that time. It's highlighted the difficulties in the organisation of the subject in schools in a number of areas under British control in Europe, particularly in terms of the provision of resources and facilities. While the evidence provided here focuses less on the social conditions at the time, the discussion of the work and roles she undertook are indicative of the lack of development in physical education in some British-run schools. Governmental claims that the standard of physical education in Northern Ireland was the worst in Western Europe in the immediate post-war years indicate the tough struggle Miss Burnett-Knight faced there, but increasing the amount of curriculum time given to the subject and organising related events, she clearly worked very hard to improve PE status. So while teachers did receive training in the subject at primary level, it was a secondary level where students' appreciation of physical education appears to have really suffered in some schools, with a shortage of teachers and facilities apparent. Like in sports coaching, developments in physical education training in Northern Ireland were more reflective of those in England, and despite earlier recommendations, it was the 1947 Education Act and the expansion of schools which was a key to the decision to finally develop a college for physical education in Belfast. Miss Burnett-Knight's greatest achievement came in leading the Northern Ireland team at the 1949 Olympic Games in Sweden. The fact that she remained single allowed her greater mobility at a time when women in many countries lacked the freedom of choice they enjoy today. However, she did not neglect her family, returning home on a number of occasions to care for her sick mother, illustrating the conflict between having a satisfactory work position and a love of home and family members, which many migrants have experienced. Joan Burnett-Knight was clearly a very independent, positive person who was eager to seek new challenges. She was also interested in teaching physical education to adults.
The Public Record Office is now closed. Please ensure all documents have been returned to the issue desk.
She was also interested in teaching physical education to adults as shown in her activities in Belfast. This paper has looked at one of the pioneers in the development of physical education in Northern Ireland, and hopefully future studies will help shed more light on the careers of other pioneering sporting females in Ireland who have not yet academically received the attention they deserve. Thank you.
Look, I suppose I'm going to start with everybody's dream as a young footballer is to become a professional footballer, move to the Premier League or the English Football League. Conor wrote an excellent book there a couple of years ago on it, and that kind of inspired what I'm kind of presenting now. So that dream is becoming ever more difficult to achieve. So with the change in the Republic of Ireland's underage leagues, I was kind of looking at saying, how could people stay in the Republic of Ireland and develop themselves, not alone as people, not alone as footballers, but develop their career outside of football. So I suppose the two initial research questions I had here were how many players from the initial under-19s and under-17s which have been revamped currently remain in the League of Ireland, and how many have prepared for a life beyond football. So I suppose a quick little background into me. I've been a supporter of the league since the last 23 years. I played for Monaghan United under 21s a long time ago. Currently a teacher, hence the question into education, and I've reported on the underage leagues and the League of Ireland for the last 4 years. I was nominated for a Communications Award for a series I wrote on life beyond football, which kind of linked into careers outside of football, managing soccer players who managed to get an education alongside their career. So that's kind of the background of where I'm coming from. The background of actual football in Ireland was traditionally, and again this is mentioned in Conor's book and some excellent studies by Anne Burke as well, traditionally elite underage players, no matter where you were based in the country, you migrated towards Dublin and to enhance your chances of playing professionally abroad. So Anne Burke's excellent study found that half of Irish professional footballers were drawn, in England, were drawn from 6 predominant schoolboy Dublin clubs, who then went on to join clubs in Britain. And Conor released a piece 2 years ago which showed that 1/5 of Irish-born players who migrated to England in the period 1945 to 2010 were transferred from 3 primary schoolboy clubs, notably Home Farm, Cherry Orchard and Belvedere. So what's your problem there? Your problem is that regionally you have a massive talent drain. The majority of players across the 26 counties are migrating to play in one specific league, so you're losing out on a lot of football around Ireland. You have an emphasis then on those clubs, and then at senior adult level you've no direct route to play at senior League of Ireland level. There's no natural academies, there was nothing there, and you had players travelling from as far away as Sligo. I think Paul, you mentioned Summerhill College with regards to soccer. One player, Alan Cawley, who would have played in the league and all that, would have mentioned he would have been at Summerhill playing at a high level at school, but then at a club level he couldn't reach that level, so he had to move to, I think it was Belvedere. You had other players from as far away as Wexford having to move to Cherry Orchard at 15, 16 to try and get a career. So I mean, that massive, even just a massive commute for kids, as much as anything else, adds to the number of problems. So the FAI looked at it and they've proposed a solution. It's only in its infancy, so they decided, right, look, where previously they would have had under 21 teams that I would have played with, they would have had an 8-team championship. There was no real structure from schoolboy football to bring players the whole way through to Adult League of Ireland, so they said, right, listen, let's go backwards, let's form an under-19s team, an under-17s team, an under-15s team, an under-13s team, and phase it in naturally. So your under-19s came in 2014 with a short season from September to in around February, March to bring it, to align it then with the League of Ireland season at adult level, and they did the same with the under-17s in 2015. The concept behind it was to have the best players playing regularly against each other in the best teams. So instead of having all the cream of the crop of Irish talent kind of fighting for places among 6, the traditional powerhouse 6, that now you have them separated and that you've stronger leagues throughout the country, and as such then that should bring up the level of football around the country. And then likewise you're creating a pathway to an adult career in the League of Ireland. So if you begin at a under 13 or under 15 level at your local League of Ireland club, the theory is that it's more you're going to populate the senior team, or there's more likely to have local players populating the senior team. So this is the solution. It's in its infancy. This is actually the first piece of research ever done on it. I presented my first findings of this in October 2018 at a conference Paul and Conor spoke at in Trinity, and can I show you how the results have even changed since then. So again, that question is how many players are still in the original league how many players basically have made it to the first team, how many players have achieved the goal of the FAI to bring it to the senior level. And again, why I've chosen this is because the under-19s from 2014 are now obviously at an adult level, and the under-17s, the overwhelming majority, should be at adult level as well. There's one player who's still playing under-19s, but he must have been 14 or 15 when he was playing under, so he must have been extraordinarily young. But beyond that, everybody else should be at adult level. So how I completed the research, I took the squads from the opening fixtures of the under-19 season. I went to the FAI stats portal, which is directly from the referees' reports they've been inputted. Took all the data from that. You have, like I say, it's 699, so 700 players approximately, and then I tracked them back to the last in the club. So what I'm presenting to you now is just the players currently in the league and how they're the dual focus on presenting the number of players in the league and also their engagement with third level education, while the actual piece of research that I have has tracked the players to what level of football they're playing, whether they're in the country, whether they've emigrated. But that's a paper that's coming out now in should be the next month or two hopefully. And then again, how I tracked where they currently are, obviously look through team sheets, current team sheets and stuff, as well as contacting their old managers. Looking upside extratime.ie would be known as a very reliable resource. Double checked it against, like say, club officials, players, managers, administrators, even talking to local journalists. So quite an extensive piece of research that I started last July. So the results of the 699 100 are still involved, so that's 14.3. So 1 in 7, there's a 1 in 7 chance. That's the total under 70s and under 19s. And you can see how that has halved since this time last year. Roughly halved. Breaking that down into under 17s and under 19s. So the under 19s, 47, there was 364 players out of the initial team sheets. Out of the initial team squads, we had 364 players in August, September 2014, and of those 47 now remain in the league. Last year we had 59, so there's, you've a small, 3.4%, not a huge amount. It's the next slide now that you're going to see it, where the bigger drop off is, and that correlates with research as well. So you see that massive decrease. So you have 335 players who were originally in the under 17s league of August, September 2015. 53 of them are currently in the league. This time last year 129 are. That's a huge drop off. Why? Because last year some of that 129 were still involved with under 19s football. This year they're not. So you can see a massive, it's in the papers, it's a live discussion at the minute to bring in something to bridge the gap between under 19s football and adult football. We don't have it. There was the under 21 championship, like I mentioned, there was the A championship. There's nothing now, and you can see there's such a huge drop off. We're losing such a huge amount of players. That's only that's what, 76 players that I've lost out of 700. So that's 10% that we've lost in 1 year out of that transition. So that's something that probably needs further research, needs to take a look, and people need to sit down and talk about that. Just a wee figure at the bottom there, the number who are playing in the UK, that includes Northern Ireland, is 25 players. So you have 13 in, I think it's 13 in the UK and 12 in Northern Ireland. Then we take that and we look and we say, well, listen, what about those who are left in the league? The chances are, I mean, if they're in the League of Ireland, they're not going to be making enough money out of League of Ireland football. How are they prepared for life outside? And the CEO, or the census in 2016, the Irish census, said that 1.9 million people were in the workforce, and 7/10 of those had education beyond the age of 19. So in other words, if you finished your education before 19, you have a 30% chance of being employed. So the reality is that you're going to have to try and combine your education with football if you're going beyond the age of 19. So I looked and I said, look at those players who are still in the league. Are they prepared for full-time employment? Can they? How have they continued their education? Have they engaged with their education? There was a statistic that the PFAI have used, the players' union, the professional players' union in Ireland. They surveyed 193 players, and they found that 3/10 of the 193 players had an education up to the junior cert. That's the only number that's in the public domain at the moment, and people are taking that figure and they're running with it as being reflective of the entire playing population in the League of Ireland. The entire playing population of registered players is 580, 600 approximately. This is 1/3 of them are professional. So if 2/3 of them aren't professional, 2/3 of them don't count in that survey, what's the true figure of players in the league who have an education? Nobody knows that. The best figures that have come out are what I can show you now, who we can say are players who have come through the underage leagues. How have they came from under 17s, under 19s football? They're now playing adult football. How have they interacted with the education system as well? So of the 100, like I mentioned, there are 3 of them who still at school. They finished up their leaving cert this summer. So as of yet, they haven't engaged with the 3rd level. So we remove them from it. So 97 of the 100 are able to transition into 3rd level education. How many have? 83 of the 97. So that's quite a high figure, and it contrasts massively with the figure of produced with players who are maybe older, and that figure that's in the media at the minute. So of those 14 that are left, 3 of the 14 have spent time playing abroad, so they obviously left the education system and only come back. 6 of the 14 are on pro level contracts, so they're they're maybe training during the day, the education could prove challenging for them. So if you take that 3 and 6 is 9, add that to the 83, that leaves you 97. So there's really only about 5 players who have actually chosen not to take part in third level education, and of that I know for a fact there's at least 1 or 2 who, as we speak, are enrolling in college. So that's quite a good statistic in comparison to the league as a whole, or to the professional players. And then of the original 699, there are 15 who are studying in the USA on scholarship. So 15 have made a choice to take a dual career, to say, or listen, I want to continue my education, I also want to play football at a high level, so let's do it in college. There's actually one of those 15 who now has gone on to sign a contract in America after graduating from college. So he is now a professional footballer in America, and he has his degree behind him. Now, your benefits of education for players. An awful lot of studies have shown that identity is a massive issue for players post-retirement, and Conor's book highlights that. There's a lot of them, like if you're known as John the footballer, when you're retired you're known as John what? So I mean, by providing you with an education, you're even though people may not know outside your playing career that you're doing it, at least you know yourself, you're giving yourself that added string to your bow, that when retirement hits that you're not gone. And again, that research has also shown that dealing with retirement, players who have continued with that education can cope better with retirement. Now, that third point, the FIFPro study, they did a study, that's the Players Union. I spoke of the PFAI, that's the Irish Players Union. The FIFPro is the World Players Union. So in 2015 they did a survey of all the leagues across the world, or across, that might be European based, but 60% of League of Ireland players had a second job. So if you take that, right, so figure I mentioned earlier on that 70% of the workforce continued their education beyond the age of 19. So if we take that, we take the fact that 60% of the players had a second job. I mean, the reality is that they're going to need, the figures stack up that having an education is massive if you're going to stay in the League of Ireland. So again, your employment, opportunities are massive. Moving on from there, then Kyle Ferguson, who's actually from Ulster University, he did a study in 2017 who found the students who were active in college were happier. So again, that correlates with that. Now, a quick comparison with that, only 2 players who played in the English Premier League have gained a first-class honours degree in that time. Leeds centre-half David Wetherell and Duncan Watmore, who was at Sunderland. Neither player massively decent careers, but they're not massively prolific or massively famous. You contrast that with that Dundalk squad, who are known as probably one of the greatest League of Ireland teams of modern times, if not. There's an article came out last week which reckoned they were actually the best team. If you look at their squad, only 1 of those 11 haven't looked to the future, haven't either a degree under the belt, Dean Massey has a FOS course, he's an electrician. Patrick McElhenney's the only one there who hasn't prepared for life beyond football. So 10 out of 11 for that. So that just shows that it can be done. You can compete at Europa League group stages and still have prepared for the future at the same time. Now, in conclusion, 86% of the players, just to go back to what I said earlier, 86% of the players who are still in the league have engaged with third level education of their own choosing. So they decided to go to college and study what they wanted to do. So therefore they're preparing for their own life beyond, after their career. Research by Chris Platts has shown in England that while they've changed the system, they got rid of the old YTS scheme and all that, they brought in that there is a certain amount more player autonomy, but it's still a box ticking exercise, and that's so you're showing that there is a greater autonomy for players in Ireland to take control over their own learning, over their own education. Now, just a few wee stats to finish up. 24% of the players who are left, 24 of that 100 left, have spent time with UCD. UCD would be known throughout Ireland as being the major institution at which you can get a dual career, at which you can develop your study, you can develop your playing career, and we still have 1/4 of the players engaged still with UCD. So there's scope to develop that in further colleges. There's still a reliance on that one institution. The next bit, 47 of the remaining players are playing in the first division and 52 in the Premier Division. Like I said, there's one who's still at an under-19s club. And the last bit is that 7 of the 8 players who've returned to the League of Ireland, so this figure was actually slightly lower at one stage, 8 players returned back into the system, and 7 of those 8 had played colleges football in 2019, so it shows that the standard of colleges football in Ireland is high enough that you can drop out of the league, do your studies or whatever, and come back in and play at a level. There's a couple of those players playing in the Premier Division, so it shows you that it's possible. And that's me.
Thank you very much.